Folks, auspicious day today, starting the trial. On a Friday, so right before the weekend, and a very lucky number. So how about, since I ended abruptly yesterday, because I had something to do, no preamble, we'll just jump right into it. How's that sound? And the audio really is doing weird things today. YouTube all the way in the red, game all the way in the green. But as long as it's audible, I guess it's audible. Trial Part 1, Twisted Karma, his last bow. This time with best friend Kazuma behind the prosecutor's bench. Today's already starting off to a good day. Today, actually made sure there was tea in the cup before pouring the hot water into it. More tension? How come? How's this more tension? You get to defend someone in court? You've got your best friend on the opposite side of the aisle? So you know it's all gonna be good. And the Reaper is not, well, not the Reaper. Van Zeeks is not behind the prosecution bench, so if anything, that's less menace, less hostility. No jury selected. Oh, that is different. Are they hoping then that the strength... One, they're hoping that the strength of the forensic evidence is all they need to get a guilty verdict, and two, because this is being broadcast across the world, well, not really broadcast across the world, maybe radio, telegraphs? But they want to ensure no summation, examination, shenanigans. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Look at this, look at this, look at this. You could see over here, right? You know that series of follow bots that's been going around Twitch for the past couple of weeks? A lot of them had variations on Manolia, and this time one of them is not Manolia. So it's safe. It's okay. We could trust this one. We could totally hop on over to their channel and then get our IP stolen. Is this actually going to be a close court? Because I thought the whole point of this was to be the exhibition on forensic techniques. Oh, his hair's back. I liked it blue. It was a very good shade of blue. Mr. Reaper. Last can of coconut juice, by the way. Had exactly one for each day this week. We established that last trial. Last trial, we were the only lawyer he could trust with his friend. Or that. Or just fluff yourself up, use us for your own prestige. Thank you, Sholmes. Let me see. Soldado's dad was a forensic medical doctor, right? The judge came to Britain as a judge. Dad here came for forensic medicine. I'm just trying to think, right? Like, with Gregson dead, who. Well, I guess it's gonna be Gina then. Gina's going to be the chief detective on this case. So if we got to interview detective, it's gonna be her. Or inspector, I'll say. This is a symposium. This is like the pride and place of the symposium, isn't it? Symposium has been postponed. So everybody who wants to come here for the forensic symposium can come here instead to watch forensic evidence in action in the grand tradition of deliberately misinterpreting the facts. Why agree to do it? How many times do I have to say the job of the defense attorney isn't to find out who's guilty and who's innocent, and only represent those who are innocent? It's to give everybody fair representation at trial, and make sure the prosecution is doing its job properly, make sure that every citizen who appears in court has a good, fair defense. And also, it's definitely not Edgeworth. It's definitely not Van Zeeks. We will have to prove to Gina that simply because they walked in and saw him at the scene doesn't mean it was him. Gina, you are a policewoman. It is literally your job to figure this out. Go out there, get the evidence. Scoot. If, but you've already decided it is. You're asking the wrong person. We're the defense attorney. Our only concern here is get our client off, as well as we can. She hates feeling useless, and yet, despite all the evidence in that flat saying this is a flat of the missing, what's his face? The missing the missing daily vigil, she still thinks it was Gregson's flat. And not just her, but every other cop on the force. So they do have people in the gallery. I do believe that Chief Justice Mail Strongheart did say, if you want to know blah blah blah, look into the gallery. A fair and just trial, and yet no jury. In opposition to the interpretation of what a fair and just trial is in Victorian Britain in this game. He looks so sharp. You know what? No. I love this outfit. I love the bonus outfit for Naruto. I like the blue. I love the mouse on his shoulder. I'm primarily keeping this outfit on for the mouse on his shoulder. But. The theme, buddy. The theme. Near the prosecution bench. Prosecutor. Dressed all in white. In the defense. The attorney. Dressed all in black. They're like thematically opposed to each other. You got the color thing going on. You got Naruto wearing the defense armband of Kazuma now in the prosecution box. Bench. Buddies. Bamboozles. I gotta keep the theme going. Sorry, Your Honor, had to quickly change out behind the bench. Well, there you go. If what he's on trial for is he the Reaper undermining the Queen's court system, easy case, you're gonna prove it justifiably false, demonstrably false. Oh man, and the thing continues with the scales behind him, the black and the white with scales, the prosecutor dressed in the colors of not guilty, the defendant dressed in the colors of guilty. A closed trial with no member of the public present. You're joking. I thought this was supposed to be I thought this was the forensic exhibition. And I thought that Professor Mikotoba was coming here to witness this. Repercussions through the judiciary, and so no members of the public present? By Her Majesty's orders, dang! Then who's in the gallery? And why are they letting foreign Naruto into this very closed secret trial then? We didn't sign an NDA, we didn't get cleared for clearance. That actually hurt me in my heart. This has been, what, a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks now of this game? And there's always somebody in the juror's bench and now it's all empty. It's like missing a tooth in your heart. Yeah, who's occupying the gallery? Members of the judiciary. So, is foreign Professor Mikotoba allowed in since he is a judiciary? Maybe this is still part of the forensic exhibition then. Members of the judiciary, but judiciaries from all over the world, right? No, that's impossible. It can't be, because it's not closed to the public then. Yes, that's my point. This is a closed trial. It's so secret that British citizens are not allowed to look in, and the defense and the prosecution are foreign nationals. Maybe they gave Kazuma the secret clearance, but Naruto definitely hasn't been. begin. I wonder. There's Gregson. No, go back. Okay, they're totally different. So there's no way that Gregson, the corpse, was really Mr. Vigil. Eyebrows totally different, chins totally different. From the front, point blank died instantly. Instantly. Inspector Gregson's autopsy report stating that the death was instant, resulting from bullets shot at close range. Murder weapon. Ownership has not been ascertained conclusively. Bet you it is his gun. It might as well be, since it had gone missing an unknown amount of time ago. Coroner Maria Gorey. Victim, Tobias Gregson, male, 45, British. Time of death. Time of death? I thought maybe it was cut off, but no, there's no time of death. What is this? Where's the time of death? There's no time of death. I'm not blind, right? Hold on, hold on. Yeah, even on stream, there's nothing. Where's the time? Where's the time, buddy? Victim was shot in the chest at close range at the front. Result innocent death. Scorch mark at point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. Caliber of the gun used matches that of a standard issue firearm for members of the judiciary. Would Daily Vigil count as a member of the judiciary? How are we defining the judiciary here? Acute trajectory then, that means it would have been shot from a lower angle, right? Low to up. A plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found. Wife's portrait. All those crimes, what been going on, a door. Hugh Boone. Yeah, because he was inspecting. He's a prosecutor. They're expected to be inspectors. The details of the case was people heard a gunshot. As everybody else ran in, they saw that the prosecutor's already there. That's it. If they saw a cop there and arrested him, it'd be just as ridiculous. Van Zeeks to the stands? Cool then. Establish the facts that you were outside, heard the gunshot, came in, and decided to snoop. Explain. No, there is no time. I will summarize. Judge, you fell for the same rumor as everybody else? Facts of the incident. Investigating Gregson. Curious. Maybe Gregson was dirty, I don't know. If Gregson truly did admire the Reaper, then maybe pressure from, I don't know, pressure or whatever else, but maybe he had reason to investigate, what is his name, Daily Vigil, who in turn was tracking the Reaper. That'd be kind of tragic if it turns out that Gregson was either dirty or idolizing a corrupt person after all. Appeared before you. Of course he'll give us very confusing scenarios. He's just doing what you do, Naruto. He's just poking holes into the witness testimony. Investigating Gregson, not with Gregson, not for Gregson, but investigating Gregson.
Hold it!
Who inspects the inspectors? Not at liberty to say. So it does sound like state secret stuff. Maybe there's instructions from higher, from someone above the Chief Justice, to look into this matter of the Reaper. Maybe the Chief Justice's activities, maybe Gregson's activities. And quite possibly that is probably part of the reason why Van Zeeks had to go. Prosecution might argue that this is motivation, that this is the motive. That either real or not, Van Zieks might have felt that Gregson had some dirty business, and that was enough to execute him as a Reaper. He's his boss, he's allowed to, I'm imagining. The same reason that Gregson was not allowed to talk about the government communication leaks that he was investigating because the state has its secrets. Come on, Naruto, not the first time your case involved state secrets and having to be hush-hush.
Hold it!
Dark inside saw no one. When we went in there, the candles were all out, there was light coming in from the window. Not totally shut though, there was still plenty of space between the boards, and the top bits weren't boarded up. Very little light? Okay. That's different. Very dark, because the candles were already shot. Close the door behind him, then goes to the desk, so he wouldn't see the corner then. If the door is already open, then the door swings out this way, right? The door swings out this way, so the body is blocked, and he walks straight here. So, he can't see over here anyway. Nothing? Didn't reach the desk. Okay. Door flew open.
Hold it!
Well, maybe he closed the door on his way in. I mean, we could try pairing the bullet to the gun, see if it matches the rifling, but so far all indications is that the gunshot came from inside and right in front of Gregson. Point blank killing. There's been no mention of tripwires or anything like that, so it probably wasn't a mechanism aimed in some Saw-esque fashion to kill Gregson by gunshot the moment he enters a room. You believe it did not? The gun is a plant then? I'm already imagining that this whole case was set up months in advance. To kill off Gregson and or primarily to get rid of Zeke's, while showing off the worth of the Chief Justice's forensic team. So this could have all been planned out, even with like a fake gun and all that. And it's not the first time with this game, in these series of games, that a gun was used to draw the defendant in one direction and implicate them.
Hold it!
So the street merchant himself went in to investigate a gunshot, very ballsy. So, if he's saying that the gun that was in the crime scene, possibly the only gun of the crime scene, wasn't... He doesn't believe it was the gun what shot Gregson? Then it's possible Gregson had already died beforehand. I was in the room. Maybe the pop was a candle? The gunshot? Because they only heard one gunshot. The people outside heard one gunshot and rushed in. Van Zeke's ears heard a gunshot that he believed came from inside that room. Maybe some kind of explosive device in the candle? He said the room was completely dark, or at least murky, and that corner was really dark. So it probably wasn't a wick acting as a fuse to draw his attention and everybody else's attention to a body that was planted ahead of time. But it's a possibility. But again, you're a prosecutor. You're like the top cop. You got issued a gun. You having a gun is not in itself suspicious. Appeared before me. His poor phrasing in your part, Van Zeke. So that makes it sound as if it materialized or dropped in front of you from the ceiling.
Hold it!
That's when you noticed the body, maybe. Hadn't been there until that point, but you said it was murky, you said it was dark. That corner in particular. Did your eyes adjust? Maybe his eyes just adjusted?
Objection!
Good enough, already. Really? Wait a minute, is this a reversal? Is Kazuma going to pull out all the contradictions for me? How does the candelabrum prove it? There's spent candles, but all of those candles could have been from a night ago, a week ago, a month ago. Yeah? Again, I suspect firecracker or something in the wax with a fuse for a wick. Yeah, because the other two candles weren't plants. They don't want 2 or 3 bangs, they want 1 bang for 1 gunshot. Yes, but if that was the case, they'd all be the same length. Because only one needed a firecracker for 1 bullet. Keep up, Kazuma, keep up. Okay, that's one possibility. But where's your proof? Maybe the person who's renting the flat can only afford 1 new candle that month. Oh yes, there's more. What you getting at Kazuma? I'd imagine that belongs to Daily Vigil. Unless we're suggesting that Gregson and Van Zeeks are all having an affair with Mrs. Vigil since her portrait was on the table there. It's just one big happy polycule gone wrong. Yeah, because Daily Vigil is investigating the Reaper. Kazuma's already understood the significance of the court order documents, but he hasn't understood the significance of somebody's wife being in a picture on the table, the only furnishing. Yeah, because all of Van Zeek's cases have had the Reaper following them. Yeah, because the Reaper, again. Whoever is seeing the woman whose picture is on the table is investigating the Reaper. That's transparent, that's obvious, it's easy. No. The Reaper's base of operations is that big grand office with the clock and the pigeons. Alright, Kazuma, just get through your thing so I could whip out Evie Vigil's portrait and be like, this isn't Van Zeek's wife. truly the most important skill of a prosecutor is being a decent actor to draw the audience to the conclusions you want. Free setting notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright. That's it. The importance of this is a red-headed league. A single bloodied handprint. But an upside-down handprint. So, when would this have been? Maybe it fell over at some point? No. And then somebody pulling it up wouldn't have a hand in that shape. Maybe it fell on top of somebody at some point. Somebody was like, oh no, and then blah. A bloody handprint on the backside. Merchants? Oh, what did he get fired? Did Beppo get fired as a carriage driver? Matchstick girl. Poor Beppo. I feel so sad for him. Pay the man counsel. Is the court gonna pay me back for this? Your Honor, can we have the Queen's judge compel him to speak for free with relevant gossip? Fireworks. As long as I don't press anything, the fireworks will never go off. Another Manolia fake follow. Why is it always Manolia? See, this is why I have my alert box off. not exactly something you want to be advertising. A little secret that's gonna add as evidence. A whole courtroom. She does have bigger models that probably do make bigger bangs. See, it is evidence. So, my candle theory that the candles had fireworks to make a big boom. Okay, alright, it's good. Venus special firecrackers, consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of bang could it make? I do so wonder. Beppo could wait. See, it's a wick. It's a candle wick. Or looks like it. A single small flame is not going to illuminate the room all that much, not even directly under it. A fairly sizable bang, you see? Enough to make the ears ringing. Almost exactly like what? Like what? It goes off like a gunshot. Case solved. The case of Gregson is solved. We know that he was planted in there, and that the candle blew up because of a firework, disguised in the candle to draw attention to the body after a certain point. A thinker, professional philosopher, what? What's this? Actual hero? Actual what? How could light and shadow be real if her eyes aren't real? So, Venus has got to testify that she sold fireworks to somebody recently. Saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. But finding a copper was the first thing you thought to do, having heard the gunshot. The gunshot. That whole building isn't one room, though. That whole building is several flats. Several flats, and nobody else went in or out the whole day. I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. The curls in his hair. The shape of the chin. Could this be? Could this be Daily Vigil incognito? I can't exactly see his eyebrows. Maybe he's very in disguise. I don't know. Maybe he did want to see who goes into the building. Maybe leak something himself to draw the Reaper to him. And then Gregson comes in because Gregson is either an agent of or doing his own investigation. And then Van Zieks follows because Van Ziek has its own investigation into Gregson. And you're like, aha, this means that Van Zieks really is a Reaper. All unoccupied. Okay, officially, maybe nobody's paying for them, but that doesn't mean nobody's hiding out in one. They're thinking small. If I killed a guy and hid out in a McDonald's, does that mean that they shouldn't consider McDonald's to be a hiding place because I don't own McDonald's? Well, this is good though. You don't have to summation examination the judge. The judge's opinion goes back and forth as much as he wants.
Hold it!
The old Reaper that went in last. The old Reaper that went in last. Old Reaper. Is that you merely giving an affectionate adjective to the Reaper? Or is that you saying that Gregson himself was a Reaper? No, no, no. I think Gregson was already dead. Did they arrive at the same time? Not at all. 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. So that's plenty of time then to kill Gregson, plant his body, plant some fireworks, light it, and then leave. And then hide out in one of the unoccupied flats. Bright red hair like that. With a big trunk with him. We didn't find any big trunk on the scene of the crime. Forget the hair. We saw the wig. There was no trunk. Okay, so Gregson was wearing the wig. So what about the trunk then? Where's the trunk? Because everybody needs 4 pounds a week, apparently. Photographer printed the victim, Inspector Gregson. His body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Yes, exactly. He's noticed. So it's definitely a lot of blood. There's definitely Gregson. What am I supposed to find here that may or may not be evidence of whatever? His hands are kind of balled up. Or clawed up. But that's not really unusual. There's light, but there was light when we came in, so that's not a problem. Is it that we can't see the bullet wound? Shot in the chest from the front. I don't see it, but we can't see all the chest anyway. And maybe most of the blood is coming from the exit wound. Maybe the way the body's positioned, the exit wound is probably lower than the entry wound. No trunk was found, so either the eyewitness testimony is not accurate, or there is a hiding place that we haven't investigated. In the dock. Okay. So that confirms what I do mean. Gregson went it first, then Van Zieks.
Hold it!
Ooh.
Hold it!
I don't see anything useful coming from Beto, sadly. I think he's just meant to be our comic relief guy. Maybe with some deep insight later in, but for the most part just fluff. Yeah, it's Beppo. It's Beppo, all the way back from the McGilder case. Not anybody. Oh, who I am now. He's really that torn up about being fired. whoops.
Hold it!
Standing over the body. Maybe they could describe the state of the room. A man screamed. Was it dark? Not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Maybe he couldn't have seen that, because door opens, candles are here. First thing you noticed when you got inside. Could we get that statement added to your testimony? Stood your ground. Cold, hard stare. Beppo, what do you
Excuse me.
think? What do you think, Beppo? We're finally asking you, what do you think? Okay, thank you. But what did you see? What do you know? What are you thinking about? Okay, yes, nice. But... So are you saying then that his testimony is exaggerated, that he wasn't so heroic? Meaning he probably didn't see the candles on the wall, the body on the floor, as he told before. Floor was slippery, of course it was. In a filthy pool of blood. Now you are just embellishing. If his hand was on a pool of blood, there's no way that would make the handprint on there, because why would this be anywhere in reach of him, on the floor of that? Unless there was some point when the crime scene was staged, and this is brought back in. The trunk has been removed, but I hadn't considered things might have been brought in. But then I don't think that he actually touched any pool of blood then. The blood is all immediately around Gregson. So unless he was right on top of the body, there's no way that his hand got all bloody. Unless Gregson was killed by the door, bled some, and then moved to the corner where he finished exsanguinating. Add it to your formal testimony. Okay. They quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Hold it!
Confirm, was that by the door when you wiped it on the floor? If he's telling the truth, then maybe that is how this handprint got here. But then that means this would have been on the floor, like this. And later moved into the corner. But all these pins, all these poor pins. Nothing's wrong. I want to say the contradiction has to be that the blood was all around Gregson. But maybe it is that he's telling the truth. He did put his hand in blood, and that bloody handprint that he wiped off is this. It could be. It really could be. But that just raises more questions. Could that be what happened? That is the game telling me, hey, you might want to pursue this handprint angle and not just the blood.
Objection!
The handprint on the board is apparently it.
Objection! Objection!
Multiple cross objections. That's your right hand. So how did
Objection!
how did it get to the back of the board of the corner? On the opposite corner from the body?
Objection!
This means the crime scene was moved around some. Yeah. When we got there, when the cops got there, the board was up in the corner. But this does suggest that it wasn't at that time. Right next to the corpse. If he really was right next to the corpse, I guess I would agree with putting his hand in the pool of blood if he was like right next to it. That tracks then. The defense's assertion is not contradictory because, confusing as it is, a handprint did get there. It did. Another handprint? Board moving or false testimony? I think that the board moved because the fact of the matter is, regardless of where the position was, at one point it was flat on the ground, then later upright.
Objection!
I don't know yet what it means, but that's pretty clear. We don't know who. We don't need to know who. All we need to know is that the crime scene was tampered with, or staged. Maybe that is why Gregson's body wasn't seen right away. Maybe the board was there. Okay, I don't know exactly where it would have been. It would have been somewhere around here to hide the body. That's what I'm thinking.
Take that!
Immediately adjacent to the doorway. When I put it so close to the body. I guess it's a wide bubble you could have picked from, and I'm glad for that, because there's no way to know specifically where. Only which side of the room it might have been on. So I guess it does track then, not just out of the body, but the light too. That's nowhere near where I put the marker. Thank you, game, for this generosity. Okay, and if he kicked the door open right, if he really slammed it open, that would have knocked the board down. Alright. But see, I would have put it a bit further away, honestly, if it was me, since the door itself would have already blocked the light in the body. Maybe I would have put it offset some, like halfway down the door, and at an angle. That way, if the door stays open, you have the door and the board blocking. If the door is closed, you still get good blockage.
Objection!
Yeah, that's hyperbole, that's poetics. Kicked the door open. So all this was a very elaborate setup then. Have Gregson come in and then die. And then you hide the body. You remove the luggage. And plant some quick-acting fireworks in the candle. And then you expect Van Zieks to come in, not see the body, firework goes out, and then you want someone to come in, kick open the door, knocking the board over, so everybody sees Van Zieks inspecting the gun in his hand over the body that is now visible. Maybe Gossip is involved somehow, because Gossip is acting a little bit suspicious. At first I thought maybe he was... what's his face? Daily Vigil in disguise. But it could be that his role in all this is to move the crowd from outside to in, and then kick the door open, so everything falls into place. Because this only works if people come in and kick the door right away to knock this down. If people were too skittish to come in and either ignored it because they don't want to get involved, or found the nearest body on the beat, or if they came in and timidly opened the door to see what's going on, when Van Zeke should have plenty of time to compose himself and chastise them for interrupting a crime scene investigation. Worth noting, we haven't actually pushed a contradiction on Van Zeeks yet. All the truth, no mistakes, no exaggeration. Well, some exaggeration, Mr. The body appeared before me. Don't tell me the true killer was hiding right behind the board the whole time, and nobody looked behind it. Left your hand. Haven't got a clue. Business with some second years at the time. Didn't you come up with? I thought you came up with. He's got his face that screams bored, what? Oh sure, you can't expect the witnesses to give a precise account with the little candles around, but you expect Van Zeeks to have night vision.
Hold it!
What sounds the most suspicious so far is that it doesn't change a thing. The detective died when we heard the gunshot. Precious little light inside either.
Hold it!
And of course she's admitting to court of law that she's abetting to terrorism. Telling on them? Oh. You sell them fireworks, and then you tell them, oh my goodness, Venus, playing both sides of the field. And so they have to buy more, is that it, Venus? And then the kids all come back to buy more. busy all life selling explosives. Ever so good at telling bold-faced lies. See, I'm already confused at her selling fireworks to the second years outside, when she established already that she went up with everybody else.
Excuse me!
She was there inside at the time. Alright, so what deep philosophical thoughts do you have relevant to this case? I think, Beppo, that you gotta get to the point. Your Honor, she is threatening a witness with violence and death in court. Behind him, too. So, gossip rushes in, and Venus creeps in behind. And miss, you're in a court of law. When you do it, it's all cheeky and haha funny. When Gina does it, it's young lady, we have got to try you for perjury now, put you behind bars for a few months. Perjurious act later. Okay, we are being somewhat consistent. In that only lower class girls working on the streets are the ones ever tried for perjury. Everybody else, nobody cares. Sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
So would you peek? A girl your age. Just what does that mean for you? Sandwich is an unknown age. Mysterious signpost that can be found on Fresno Street. Looks familiar somehow. Unknown age. A peddler plying her trade on Fresno Street. Makes her money selling meager little fireworks to children. Everyone's an unknown age. Gossip, a peddler plying his trade on Fresno Street, makes his money selling interesting items and news to passerbys. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend, believed to be dead, lost his memory. Now a prosecutor, Tobias Gregson, dead. Barry Caden, Everybody else we know now. Anything you could sell. Is that where the luggage went to? Do you have the trunk? Forget the notice board. There is a missing trunk from the scene. If she's looking for things to sell, she might have tried to move products. Yeah, the trunk, the whole trunk. Watch. Is it yours? Is it Gregson's? A present to Gregson from the yard from 10 years ago. Does that mean, if he's got to constantly polish and wind it, that the pocket watch possibly has the time of death? Is that why? Is that why the autopsy report doesn't have a time of death on it? Time of death blank. That is so weird. Theater wouldn't touch it. Wasn't working, knocked about and worthless. See, here's the thing. These games love the idea that the watch breaks at the time of death. Whatever time is on the watch must be whatever time you died on, because magically watches break the instant their owners die. But it was manhandled by, what was her name? Jabez? So, I've seen broken watches, and the hands just flip-flop about wherever they want. So, if this thing was being appraised, and seen if it was working, then who's to say the time's gonna be accurate? Glass is broken, and the hands are gonna likely be frozen. Shattered when he was shot. The very sonic force of the bullet leaving the chamber, shattering watches in the room. At the hour of 5, you see? Inspector Gregson's pocket watch to be wound without fail every single day. It's no longer ticking and the glass over the face is cracked. But he's gotta be the odd jobs man, since key, key, keyhole. For day 2 investigation. The Winder. Wait, so wouldn't wouldn't Gina have recognized the little Bobby toy as a Winder mechanism? Naruto. Something a bit like a key. Check carefully. Ooh, we do get to use that. We do get to use a key. A key? What is it for, I do wonder? There's no checkmark on it now. Mrs. Otto, do you think perhaps this key? They figured it out. It's moving. Well, there you go. We've ruined the time of death mechanism. Well, sure, it means that the watch simply wasn't broken, and that 5 p.m. might not have been the time of death. But it's such a cop-out time of death anyway. It's such a cop-out, where every time somebody dies, their watch breaks. It's cool the first time, but it's like every other game in the series does that. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Little bearing on the case. Okay, you know what? Everything else in this room has been staged. The board, the gun, the candles, the body. Why not the wig? Maybe Gregson was dead since the night prior. And somebody with a red wig came in, put the wig on the body that's already there, and then hid out someplace else. Nobody's mentioned the luggage, so the third man and the luggage are hiding out in who knows where. And they did not see Gregson at all. They saw the fire red hair, but that hair might not have been his. Detective still died when we heard the gunshots, because the watch was broken.
Objection!
You know how many games in this series this undermines? That the watch stopping simply tells us when the watch stopped ticking?
Objection!
Every other game saying when the guy died, ergo his watch stopped. No, that just tells us when the watch is broken.
Objection!
Because somebody sells fireworks that sounds like gunshots right outside. It could have been faked. And so, he died at some point after 5 p.m. the day prior. Maybe he was having a salacious affair with Mrs. Vigil, since apparently everyone owns that room. See, establishing that that room belongs to neither Gregson nor Van Zeeks based on that picture, which should have been the first thing.
Objection!
Because so much of the prosecution case is that this is the Reaper's secret hideout. Yes, they would have. The forensics investigation team and the coroners are already corrupt, we proved it. Not to mention, there's no time of death. Somebody forgot to put the time of death. So that's not just a mistake in the game. They're actually going to bring it up. Yeah, okay.
Objection! Objection!
Butchers. Are there not butchers in London? People gotta eat.
Objection!
And the scene has already been framed in so many other ways. Buy your works, Kazuma. Buy your works. The woman who sells large fireworks is right here. Just keep rubbing the fireworks in our face. A loud bang. There you go. See, just a bang. A noise that sounds like a gunshot. Goes off like a gunshot. It must be the key. The key fell open.
Take that!
No, just saying you sold. You sold the props to cover the crime scene. You could just tell us who only sold two. You remember the second year students? What about anybody else? How many times has a special gone off to in court?
Objection!
Yeah. That's how fireworks work. You light the fuse, you wait, and eventually it goes up.
Objection!
All she needs is a long fuse, or a longer fuse. A time bomb. Mm-hmm. Come on, Susato. We already have a witness in the stands talking about selling bombs to children to blow up the schools, advertised as such. It's a basic firework. It's just the length of the fuse, isn't it? The guy went in, then 15 minutes later, Van Zeeks comes in, and then big bada boom. Or the watch. It's gotta be the watch, isn't it? And that's where the watch is shattered. A timed device was employed. A timed device that went off exactly at 5 p.m.
Take that!
Or just a fuse? Could just be the fuse? A longer wick on the candle that nobody saw because the board was in the way?
Objection!
Ouch, Kazuma. No, really? Really? Okay. A time device employed to create the gunshot sound. A unique serial number. But of course, his was issued 10 years ago, not 5. Can we open it and see if it's out of the bullets? We can't? A time device used to create the gunshot sound. Is it the candles? Because one went off at a certain time, and the others continue to burn. Because I don't have anything else.
Take that!
Assuming, of course, that they were all lit at the same height at the same time. And not just that the rightmost candle was replaced with the firework. Yeah, because he was shot at point blank. That explains his scorchings of the candles. I guess in this case, it wouldn't have to be in the candle, it could just be tied to the candle. join together. And then the wax pulls over the fuse, and it doesn't light properly. You know, the third... What is this black and white emote? Pretty cool. Finger guns. Mm-hmm. You saw somebody with red hair. The red hair was a wig. Anybody with the wig, wearing the wig at the time, could have come in, put the wig onto the body, or near it, or on it in the case of the photograph, and then hid. Okay, cool. We don't have to prove that it was a wig. He already knows, he can explain himself. Piffed? What are we piffing? Oh, he's got his laugh back! He's enjoying it then, so he must be on the right track. See? That's praise. Praise from Senpai. And here you were, Naruto, like, I thought we were friends. Why is he doing this? Because you're friends. Didn't I say that they come back from this to reform the Japanese judicial system, not emulating Britain, but shaping Japanifornia's 3-day maximum, no juries having seen the shenanigans of summation examination. The updated autopsy reports. No, you have it backwards. The prosecution's assertion about the time of death, based on the watch, is just conjecture. Watches aren't magic. Watches don't suddenly shatter and break just because their owners die. They don't have that soul bond. The watch works, we proved it. It just needs winding up. Now do we finally get to prove that this flat does not belong to Van Zeeks? My learned friend. Oh my goodness, you picked up Van Zeek's language. What evidence is suggestive? Well, it's a board, of course. The board with the Reaper cases.
Take that!
Really? What you talking about? How is that wrong? How is that wrong? The case that Gregson was investigating. It can't be the photo of Evie Vigil. Because that's the evidence that the flat belongs to Daily Vigil. There's nothing else on him but the hairpiece that belonged to the mystery third party. The case being investigated by the inspector the day prior to the accident. The Red-Headed League? No way it's the Red-Headed League. The missing husband with no distinctive facial features? Miss Vigil's photograph from when she was younger found at the crime scene? Clint, victim of the Professor, Van Zeeks, now assumed through the Reaper, and Gregson himself. It's really not the notice board? But it's covered in notes and articles relating to victims of the Reaper. Evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior. Is it Evie? There's no way it's Evie.
Take that!
The music kept on going. Yeah, so... stands out in showing the case that Gregson was investigating. And it's not the notice board? Did I not do the notice board? Did I go one over? Or one under? Because the notice board's the most obvious thing.
Take that!
It's not the notice board. If not the notice board, then what?
Objection!
Don't tell me that it is the Red-Headed League that he's investigating. It can't be the Red-Headed League.
Objection! Objection!
So much to go through.
Take that!
all this tapping is why I haven't gone back to get some easy to claim accolades. That still take a lot of going to court to reach, especially if you don't know exactly where it is. If you know what you have to do, but not when you have to do it. Then came the finger guns. Wearing out the space bar. I don't think there's any more clues in here. Day before the incident, do you know? Work alone. Fairly apparent what case the man is pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? Also have a feeling. Yes, I agree, surely. But it's not Reaper business? I'm pretty sure I did use the photograph of Mrs. Vigil afterwards. Evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident. Oh, this fellow's missing. But he didn't have any photos of him. There was nothing of the sort out of the crime scene. So I can't just pull this out and say, hey, there's also this missing person's case. The most compelling thing at the crime scene would be this. It's all newspaper clippings and details of cases about non-guilty verdicts and the people killed thereafter. I really don't want to believe that Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. It can't be that. It can't be the wig. It cannot be the wig. It should not be the wig. There's no way it's the wig.
Take that!
Don't be the wig. It's a wig? He really was investigating the Red-Headed League? So it's not that... It's not some deep intrigue with Vigil tracking down the Reaper for a decade, and then Gregson going to silence him, or maybe they're both having investigations into similar things, and then wires get crossed. It really is just this enigmatic Red-Headed League. Murdered over a side joke from the start of the game, start of the chapter. But the wig doesn't belong to him, I thought. Or did he come with the wig, and then somebody else the wig came in afterwards the next day? You know, you might have wanted to tell us that this League of Redheads is actually something larcenous. Like, sure, 2 people were arrested way in Shrom's office at the start, but Shrom said he fingered them because they annoyed him. Maybe there could be some hinting of criminal elements to it. just two random redheads who got arrested. We don't know the charges yet. This is really, really tenuous linkage. What if we don't call the pound to the witness stand and just accept that, okay, alright, he was investigating the League of Redheads. Kazuma is part of the prosecutor's office. He could confirm if there's an investigation into them. And he could be like, alright, fair. And then we can continue the story of Van Zeeks and the Reaper and the missing Daily Vigil, the cool stuff. "30-minute recess." If they're gonna be comic relief witnesses, they got massive shoes to fill. They got to replace the Skulkin brothers. And the Skulkin brothers are perfect. If they're unable to match the worth of a single Skulkin brother, then I'm gonna be sorely disappointed in them. But first I'm gonna BRB to prepare myself for this upcoming disappointment. So back in a secundo. Music finished. No music for you. No music. Only court. Miley Gina? Miley Gina, despite us defending who she believes to be the Reaper and the Killer Gregson? Well, Gina, you and him have become buddy-buddy. Pretty much a surrogate daughter and surrogate father scenario. When's the last time you saw him? Deliberate omission. Because all of this... Well... Now my theory that all of this is a deliberate setup from the Chief Justice going months into the past to make sure that Van Zieks takes a fall, to both cover up his own crimes and murders, the same way he did for the Professor 10 years prior, while simultaneously showing off his forensic sciences and evidences to the world, becomes a lot more tenuous if the narrative now is that... How's it shaping up to be? That vigil, that daily vigil, investigating the Reaper, was merely also wearing a red wig in order to hide out and not be known and seen. And Gregson sees that and thinks, ooh, here's another redheaded fellow. Going to investigate him and see if this isn't related to the Redheaded League. And gets shot merely for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, following the wrong lead. You know what? The game is not going to introduce new characters, right? If it showed us a new character with a unique design, it's going to reuse that character with that design. So how much you want to bet, in the same way that Iris is a 10-year-old published doctor of medicine, that Maria Gori is probably the little child that was with Courtney, the prior coroner. Which, if that's the case, then she might have been trained in Courtney's style. The rare scent of a 4-pound stipend. See, if they really wanted to, they could have just made it where everybody was going to wear red wigs or dye their hair, because everybody wants 4 pounds a week. See, that would have been funny. Sholmes wants the 4 pounds a week, Gregson the 4 pounds a week, Daily Vigil the 4 pounds a week, and that's why everybody's wearing the red wigs, the red herring. think I might actually be happy if the Red-Headed League ends up being a red herring after all. But if that's true, and if it does end up going back to the Reaper case that Gregson was investigating, then that means we've been penalized for getting the right answer? Because the game wants to go a ridiculous direction? So either way, I lose. I lose if the Redhead investigation is real. I lose if the Redhead League is a red herring. You see, Naruhodo, what he wants you to see is that even in the cradle of modern civilization that is London, admired the world over apparently, that this shining jewel is really a polished rock, and they should be proud of their own legal history and of the court system they are developing for themselves. And their biggest takeaway from their time studying law in Britain is to not emulate Britain, but to recognize the mistakes that they are making and to strive to not copy those same mistakes. Aw, spaghetti Neapolitan, they have that in London too. Fabian Di Rousseau. Peppino Di Rossi. So admitting that the whole Red-Headed League is simply the plot of a bored noble. We... Hilarious, brothers. This was serious business until we brought in the comic relief angle. Well, there you go then. Your Honor, we have proven then that the Red-Headed League was a scam that Gregson would have reason to investigate. Get them out. Let's get back to the plot then. They've already confessed, so what am I doing with these guys? What's the purpose of all this? They put an accent over the hyphen. No, no, over ids. Not even an accent, just an apostrophe. It looked like an accent over the hyphen. 5 shillings per application fee. Not bad. This gives me so many ideas. A light scam where nobody gets hurt because you have an application process to receive a given tangible good of low quality, but you make people want it. As long as I deliver on that promise, it's not a scam, right? Right? It's a raffle. Simply a raffle. There you go. Set up raffles for a lot of seemingly valuable cheap stuffs. All you gotta do is make it so that the value of the item is apparent and the people don't feel like they're being cheated. Like if you want to spend $5 for a chance to win, I don't know, a can of coconut juice. You could just buy it anywhere you want to. But you could buy this coconut juice, maybe for free, not really for free. You could win this one by buying a ticket. And then you get plenty of people to buy the tickets. In that case, it doesn't have to be cheap stuff. It could be fairly expensive goods, low-end expensive or milling expensive, and each raffle ticket is of a cheaper price, and all you gotta do is ensure that the amount of application fees you're getting in, the amount of raffle tickets purchased, exceeds the cost of that item. What do I have within reach? This back scratcher. A single ticket for this back scratcher. $10 only. So then get 100 people to raffle for the back scratcher. So for a closed trial, we're already involving unrelated people, showing unrelated people's murder pictures of the great Inspector Gregson. More than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park. 3 shillings times 1,000. See, I don't think Gregson was involved with the Red-Headed League. I don't think he was investigating them. I think at most, the wig was a disguise, so he wouldn't be recognized in that part of town. At most, maybe, he assumed that if Vigil was using a wig to also hide his identity, then maybe he's related to the League of Redheads. Peppino di Rossi, 25, lackey of the Di Rosso, and conspirator in the Red-Headed League swindle, third son of a great Italian landowner. I can't tell if that's choke marks under the chin, the same way that Gossip has around his neck, or if that's just detail. Fabian Di Rosso, 26, the fraudster behind the Red-Headed League swindle, who was caught by Mr. Sholmes, derives from French aristocracy, it seems. I believe him, especially if Gregson was dead from the previous day. Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Alright, that reminds me, hold on. More than 1,000 red-eared people.
Hold it!
Aww. They're cute together. We take of their names, we take of their money.
Hold it!
You don't like people who trick other people.
Hold it!
We didn't get the movements of the detective, did we? No, we did not. We don't really have anything that contradicts any of this, though. We wore red rig, sure. Oh, this is just a tangent. Information he can give. No, Peppino wants to be honest. If Peppino could help us out. Only shown photograph and nothing at all. The photograph does have red hair and gray mustache. And there's nothing else on the wig that helps me in any way whatsoever. What's the sideburns? The sideburns are gray, the eyebrows are gray. This would have been a very cheap disguise. One other detail. His fish and chips. So they hadn't noticed the chip eating? Let's push other aspects of him then. His name? They take the name after all. They take the name or they take the money. Of course, it's assuming that Greg didn't use a synonym, or a pseudonym, I mean, a pseudonym during his investigation. But you took other names. You took other names, you said. Did you write them down anywhere?
Hold it!
It's given me 3 different options, so this has to be important. This can't just be for funsies. His profession? Changes nothing.
Excuse me!
Honest Peppino, what do you know? Bambino, Peppino. Di Rossi after my own heart. I like Peppino. He's honest, he's straightforward. Here's the thing though, just because he was investigating here doesn't mean that's all he was doing all day. He could have investigated here for the Red-Headed League and then moved elsewhere for other investigations. There's a lot of sunshine in the day, sunshine. Liro-san, shut up. Peppino is talking.
Objection!
I take it back, they are not cute together. Maybe kind of, in a comedy duo kind of gay kind of way, the funny guy and the straight man. However, don't tell me it was Sholmes incognito, but they recognized Sholmes. They straight up said Sholmes. Are you doing an investigation according to Sholmes' testimony? Was it? Was it him by chance? He's already lying to his wife about remaining a warden at the prison. He could be lying about being a Scotland Yard detective. Clean-shaven, sad eyes, thin chin. Y had identification. Daily Vigil. At it again. You took his papers. Give us the papers. You have the papers. Give it, give it, give it, give it, give it, give it. I want to see Vigil's face inside the cover. Identification of a man claiming to be Detective Inspector confiscated by Mr. Di Rosso and Mr. Di Rossi. Open up the clasp. No pictures! Aww! This is before photo IDs! Tobias Gregson. So they did have the name Gregson, they lied. They lied about not knowing a Gregson. That either he stole Gregson's ID or made a perfect facsimile. Inspector Gregson's police identification is the official warrant card issued to him by Scotland Yard. So either he stole Gregson's ID, or Gregson is a bit on the incompetent side when it comes to undercover work. The civic dim has nothing to do with us.
Objection!
Oh, see. Throughout the previous game, there were times that I had you pick who do you want to do this thing with. They should have done that here too. Who do you want to use this evidence on? And you could pan between the two red-headed schemers. Or a bit to the right, and there's Gina.
Objection!
Exactly. So it must not have been stolen. He was dead. So killed the day prior. Then maybe crime scene set up. So who the heck is this then? Who is this Mr. Vigil? He's got case files on the Reaper all over his board, plus a little haha thing about the Red Hat League. Why participate in the Red Hat League stuff as an investigator? How does that tie to the Reaper business? I don't think they did the killing. I think they're just schemers who have convenient evidence for me to squeeze out. Oh, they are cute together after all. So, if he had his papers taken, then he would have reported it, maybe get some backup. So he would have died soon after this then. Very soon after. We took him prisoner and kept him for the night at a secret hideout. And then he was killed, right? There's your secret hideouts. The room next to ours. Is it on Fresno Street? Let him go the next morning. A nice room, but nothing like prison really. What if they were squatting in an empty flat, or what they thought was an empty flat, and use the one next door? Do not sink, it was your fault, the fairy. Confined in the hideout, and that would be why. His watch wasn't wound up. Prisoner.
Hold it!
Pellet sits on Fresno Street. On Lime Street. That's close by the park. That should be no place near Fresno.
Hold it!
Because it turns out that Gregson is mostly the great detective in Iris's novels. The address. Was his address actually on Fresno? Was that actually Gregson's office? Oh, Scotland Yard Homicide Division. So yeah, Gregson's just simply Gregson. I don't think Gregson was investigating. I think Gregson just wanted the 4 pounds a week.
Hold it!
Hilarious, brothers. A little tussle.
Hold it!
Explain the nature of... Is that when the watch broke? Did you hear? An inexplicable cracking sound. A minor incident. A minor incident that had him shocked and bloodied. Escape to the ventilator.
Oh dear!
Oh dear, what happened?
Excuse me!
What inspired your thoughts, your memories? He got out, didn't he? He got out, you lost track of him, so he can't confirm where he was at the point he died? Oh, now is a couple that bloodthirsty. The truth is that the capo has gray hair, and his hair is truly red from the blood of his foes. Don't have the bruises. Gossip has bruises on his neck. So, that wasn't just detailed on his neck, that was important. His fantastical bruises. Oh my goodness, these two are so kinky. And he's so proud and happy, he's smiling so much, showing off Daddy's chokes. The same red ring that Gossip has, and there's no coincidences. There's nobody else that chokes anybody out. Rousseau does not want his sex life brought to light in a court of law. Their kinks are incredibly important. The capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. Like, what do you do to me? We can't see his neck. Well, I guess you could see some of it. There's no line all over his neck. And it certainly wasn't mentioned in the autopsy report either.
Hold it!
So, you collar him, and then you drag him around? Oh my goodness, these kinksters. A big collar made of leather. And tied to the leg of the bed. I was only joking about them being kinky, but oh my goodness, they actually are. I would not have tried to run again. I suppose it also confirms they do share the bed. Not. Didn't have to tie the chain of the collar to my bed, or to a bed, to the bed, the only bed, the definitive article bed. The kappa was tough, the kappa was rough, but more importantly, the kappa was luff. So what do I do with that? That seems important. The capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. Caliber of gun used matches standard issue firearms. Shot in chest from close range in front, resulting in instant death. Exited body from behind. Tightly curled up, and a red hairpiece on his head. I can't really see his neck, but if it's supposed to be a huge leather collar, then at this angle we should see some of it on the side. The side and the back are sufficiently stretched out and exposed.
Objection!
It was not like that, it's only exactly as he described it. An invitation to stay, a forced invitation. Maybe they did grab somebody else. Maybe the detective died way before this, and then got his ID stolen. Maybe they weren't lying when they said that the person they saw was younger, with a thinner chin and sad eyes. And this is the reason why Daily Vigil went missing that night. He killed the inspector, hid the body, used his ID to get an extra £4 a week. Nothing to do with his Reaper investigation, but he does have to pay for the flat. And does need an income source to bring back to his wife to keep up the charade. And so the fellow they captured wasn't Gregson at all. The issue of who murdered Gregson isn't known to the court yet. Someone different is the man we captured. They could have said as much in the first place. Reiterate that no, the man who gave us this picture, this identification, had these facial features.
Objection!
It was taken. He was killed earlier, then it was taken. That's it, Ryonosuke. It just means he died before the incident in Lime Park. Easy, easy. They either killed or apprehended him beforehand. Plausible explanation. He was already dead. How's that defy explanation? He was already dead. Revealed in the court record Who was this inspector? An imposter. Hold on. An imposter. No, Kazuma, no, no.
Objection!
That doesn't make it a waste of time. That shows that Greg was dead before Van Zieks even went to the flat. This immensely helps our case. You know what? I don't think that Gossip was also accosted by the capo. I think that the capo only accosted one person with a collar. One person only. And maybe I'm right. Didn't I suspect earlier that Gossip was a bit suspicious? And didn't I even suggest that he might have been this fellow in disguise? Just incognito. He's got the curls. He's got the curls at the end of his hair. Everything else could be prosthetics. Maybe similar ears? His head's at a tilt. Chin's a bit more pronounced, but that could be faked too. Or maybe he's just really beat up. Maybe the fat lip and the nose goes with the ring on his neck and just being severely beaten up by this fellow. It's even nice enough to show us his neck in the court record profiles.
Take that! Objection!
I don't think Gossip is really Gossip. I think Gossip is Vigil incognito. He disguised himself as Gossip, he disguised himself as Gregson. Spending the last 10 years doing his own investigation. And even nice enough to show it on. Pepita. Oh, they're admiring their daddy marks together. Pepito really is just a power bottom, oh my goodness. A birthmark. Okay. this man. The lips are fake. That's the point of the lips, to catch your attention and draw it away from everywhere else. The face is the disguise, you fool. But we brought him to the stands, so from a game mechanic standpoint, this is the right route to go. Very brief cross-examination. No, we're gonna take exactly as long as we need. You've taken away our summation examination, so we are going to take full advantage of our cross-examination.
Hold it!
Nobody else in all of London, at 6 million people, and who knows how many more visitors, ever choked out anybody else. Wouldn't forget those grand lips.
Hold
I
it!
think Pepito's become smitten. Never leave Fresno Street. Do I have evidence to the contrary? Of course I don't.
Hold it!
Gossip to know what's going on in town, and yet never leaves Fresno Street. Who knows?
Is that so? Excuse me!
Is that so? Place near the park, a small house or something. An housing agent. Paying money to the agent. So you are renting out the flat on Fresno Street. Lips and all? The banknotes. He had actual money, not just coinage? It wasn't me. Saw you standing with the realtor. It wasn't me. Name on the papers. Is it Hugh? Is it Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone. The renter of the flat in which the inspector was found. Well, this has been a huge boon to me. But this is incredibly relevant, Your Honor. Do you not recognize the name Huge Boone? Redacted from our court record of this trial.
Objection!
Of course we object. Who owns the flat? Your Honor, you're not taking notes. It's his room directly. You see, I thought Gossip might have been a participant at one point, whose role was to run in, lead people in, kick the door open, to arrange the scene. But nah. He is Vigil. He is Vigil and he does own the room. So sure, he did set up the scene, and present it in such a way to get people up there to witness things. Maybe he truly believes that Van Zeke is a Reaper, and this is the only way to get to him, by framing him for the murder of an important police detective. Which means all this isn't a setup for the Chief Justice? Boom. They're not vulgar, they're just really queer and kinky. But that's not vulgar. So he was on Lime Street. He could have been the one who was captured and dragged along. For what difference it makes.
Hold it!
It means he already knew the orientation of the room and everything in it. It wasn't me. The other bits and bobs. Okay. So if he's saying that the board isn't his, and he's sticking by that, and so nothing I do with the board is gonna get to him. But everything else in the room is his. Everything else in the room is his. Is now the time to do it? Because he's got no kinfolk or nothing.
Hold it!
prove is now when I put up the photograph then. Because now I've established that the room belongs to you. That is known now. And everything in there belongs to you except for the ward, according to you.
Objection!
Hey! Then whose pretty picture is this in your room? And if you're gonna claim that she's a cousin or someone you don't know, we'll happily subpoena her and bring her to the stands and have her identify you. Exciting music. Come on. Leave it alone. No, Kazuma, we gotta drag this out. Why do you want to protect it?
Objection!
Because those unmissable features are the disguise.
Objection!
Bailiff, rip off the lip. Oh, the music stopped already. Oh, here we go. They're making a repeat for the start. And now a different one. Is it? Only one person. Could I ID him? Please no. Oh yes, we have to. Take
Take
that!
that!
Missing person. Former warden from 10 years ago who almost let the professor go free. Now it all comes together. So it seems like this case is going to be Gregson shot for stumbling upon this person investigating the Reaper. So this is purely going to be a Vigil versus Van Zieg's thing. And I guess taking on the Chief Justice is gonna be the next case. That and the unsightly ring around his neck. Figured he'd also been embarrassed about that. Or get Mrs. Vigil to the stands. Not even getting some guards or bailiffs to do the restraining for them. They're a fake after all now. See, it keeps saying though that he's got no distinctive facial features. Wouldn't this count as a distinctive facial feature? The smoothness of his face, the narrowness, the angle of his eyes and eyebrows. He's not exactly blank-faced. It's the very same guy. It's a ruse, Your Excellency. Although who knows, maybe the peddling business is actually what brings bread to the table for him now, and not just his way of financing and getting information for his Reaper investigations. Wretched life makes Sonicus a lot more than just investigating in his own time. It sounds like he had no time at all then for Reaper investigations or being the Reaper, whichever thing we were going with. But he's also got connections, though. He's also got connections to the case from 10 years ago, being the Chief Warder who fabricated the execution. So there could be more to this. Maybe it's partially making money and also partially chasing some ghost. Even with two sons to look after. Gregson. Gregson been taking care of you? So I don't think he would have killed Gregson then if he's indebted to him. But you did have his ID. So you would have either found his body or would have produced the body. Secret assignment. Gregson then was the one investigating the Reaper. And maybe because he's taking Gina to France, or was going to for her safety, had to pass on his work to him. So they're collaborators then. Unless he truly believed that Van Zieks was the Reaper, and that if Gregson's gonna be dead, use that to his advantage to catch him, then I don't think Vigil did it. Impersonate the inspector. So then you were given the ID freely. He doesn't have to be dead then. Orczy Demoro, take a statement from the proprietress. Well, for onesies, it gives the inspector an hour free to sit at the pub and wind his watch and relax. But what else would it do? It also takes care of a copper on hard times, a warden who now has to go to begging, without simply giving him charity for his pride, giving him some work to compensate. And you've gone unloud, you've broken your word. Papers with him. See, and this completely tears apart the prosecution's initial premise that this was Van Zieks' Reaper hideout. The prosecution's entire argument is flipped upside down now. Every single thing that they were arguing. So it was Gregson, following the Reaper for 10 years. No, I just said, this completely destroys the prosecution's case. Kazuma, I know it's English, and English can be tricky, but you're the prosecutor in this case, not the defender. I'm the defender. I just said, this tears apart the prosecution's entire argument. Oh, I'm taking these laps too. Naruhodo, repeat after me. Your Excellency, this tears apart the prosecution's entire case. His whole argument is that this was the Reaper's hideout, ergo Van Beek's hideout, but this was Gregson's hideout. Gregson's hideout that he shared with Daily Vigil. But yeah, the two kinky gay couple can leave now. We got all the evidence we wanted from them, and a bunch of inspiring ideas. They kind of had some involvement though, considering they kept up one conspirator for a day and a night.
Hold it!
Who's holding it? Is it Kazuma? It is? Which witness? We got 3 on the stands right now. So we're not done yet. Well, don't you know, Kazuma? Or do you want him to confirm it for the courts? Consider that Vigil is directly tied to those murders that created the Reaper, and all of this is predicated on Van Zieks being that Reaper, then yes. Naruhodo, your turn to catch up now. Very little. Well, don't worry about it, Daily. We got all the evidence we need to spark your memory. Resigns from your role? You mean you were fired? Just because you've been lying to your wife for 10 whole years doesn't mean you become an expert at lying about your past employment. Do it then. There's no reason not to. It's not even a choice. The dismissal note. Relieved of his post, not resigned. Immediate effect, violating Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. Redundancy pay, other financial benefits, fully revoked. Aiding, abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank prior to his execution. Jailbait plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Negotiation with prison staff to secure assistance.
Take that!
Hello, sudden frame drop to 0 kilobytes per second. Very momentary blink, but no disconnect, right? No disconnect? Good. Does he really not know? Is he feigning? He's played at least 2 separate roles to his own. I don't think it's nonsense, man. Oh no, don't tell me he's been living a lie for so long that he's actually overwritten his own memories. Break the seal. But we don't have the Karain channeling techniques to break the psych blocks. He really has just blocked it all out, huh? Which was your doing, Vigil. You've allowed him to go free. All coming back now, Vigil? It's going to be impossible for him to remember right now, but 3 months later, after a guilty verdict, he'll be washing dishes. It'll all come back to him. The whole prison was chaos. shells. Blood splatter. Lots of blood. Well, that's just ghostly business, isn't it? It's a ghostly prison haunted by ghostly prisoners. Of course there'll be blood. Illusion. Inside jobs. Well, it's gonna turn out in the next case that he was innocent the whole time, poor Genshin. And it was the Chief Justice all along, like I've been saying. Did Gregson pity you then? It was his evidence that lost you your job? And then he realizes, no wait, these killings haven't stopped. Just the professor became the Reaper. And so Gregson does his own secret investigation that nobody else in Scotland Yard knows about. And he takes pity on you. First giving you easy jobs. To pretend to be him, take some statements. For killing 5 despised aristocrats. Only. It turns out he was a ghost all along. There was no vigil. See what you've done to find the truth. You straight up traumatized the guy. Well, now this means then. This means to get some...
With Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
For the day?
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
But this isn't gonna be the end. Let's just end the trial for the day, investigate some more, and then investigation part 2, and then trial part 2, right?
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events.
The voice acting kind of makes it feel like this is going to be not to be continued, but chapter 1
was
it feels
playing
like.
on the edges of the truth at last.
Just to be continued, right? Just to be continued? To be continued. There you go. Day 2. After the BRB. See, Silk Case, episode 4. Investigation part 2. After a BRB for bathroom break, stretch your legs, get some drinks, refresh up. Taking my sweet time from this break. Since investigation phases, could take a good long while, so I gotta pace myself. The entirety of yesterday's stream, for a good, what was that, 3 hours or so? 3.5 hours or 3 hours? Was nothing but investigation. So investigation could go anywhere from a brief 1 hour window to, who knows, a solid 4 hours even. And this is the penultimate case, just before the final one. And the day 2 investigation, so it's gonna be beefy. Especially considering if we consider back to title, save, go on through. Case 4, talking with Gina after gaining consciousness. Incident with Toby, episode 4. So it's gonna be a big, full-on final investigation. Characters talking to each other about the prior day's proceedings. You got the comic relief characters fluffing about. You're gonna have some exciting action moment in which Ryanosuke apparently loses consciousness. So this is gonna be a biggin'. But Spade's done. Got all the Spades conversations. All I'm missing now is do everything. Complete episode 4, complete episode 5. Go back to episode 4 of the first game to the Wilson conversation to pick up the blackboard. Mystery thing, apparently with the Skulkin brothers. Mystery thing. Icon shows a sword. Hat Hunter, go back to the McGilded case. And someplace in there, in the entire trial, is, oh yeah, I'm the one who made that hat. Noodler, Sholmes' question. That's the end of the case. That's gonna be easy. Beat case. Go back to the first game, to one specific part. Unknown. Easy enough to get. Just keep my eye out for it. Easy enough to get. Somewhere buried in the whole entire case, but yeah. The important thing is, this is gonna take a bit, this one, I bet. So I can't drink too much. Otherwise I'll desperately have to pee halfway through again before the next save allowance. But I desperately want to drink. I squeezed some lime in there this morning and I'm a sucker for anything citrus. Especially lemons and limes. Like, not even all things citrus. Oranges don't do it for me, it's all about lemons and limes. And they're related. Which means now you are going to send this hard-working family man to the gallows, because as we learned from Vampire, in Jonathan Reed's era, suicide is a crime. And now that we confirmed his attempted suicide in court, they'll have no choice but to prosecute him. And Gregson isn't around anymore to take care of him and his family. That's because Mr. Sholmes is a cat. He goes where he wants. Sprang to his feet. Just spring up. I must leave. That is completely cat behavior. You mean like forcing a survivor of suicide to reopen all of his scars in public? Is that the gun? Just straight up T, you're gonna T-bomb us. Barely a day before the deadline, we also gotta tie the Wilson murder and the Baskervilles into this. I think that's gonna be the final case. The mystery that's been building up for 2 whole games. The Baskervilles, the Wilson murder, Brett. Maybe this case is going to give us lots and lots of clues out to the real nature of the Chief Justice. And next case is going to be the actual one that ties everything up. Because I'm pretty sure, right? I'm pretty sure that neither Gregson, that neither Van Zieks, nor Vigil murdered Gregson. Somebody else did. Exactly. He's himself. He is exactly still the same Kazuma that we've known. He's simply been trained to be a prosecutor. He's prosecuting well, for the most part. He's still got some ace attorney prosecution dodginess, but for the most part he's doing it well. He's respectful for the defense, praises us, calls us a good boy, gets his head tapped when need be. And this is opening up truths relating to his father's death, since it's so unusual that he might be a bit dogged about it. Because Van Zieks came in that day, the day the body was discovered, so he can't have done the killing. Because the FIT is crooked, the coroners are crooked. Wasn't this whole case supposed to prove the forensic science of the Chief Justice? Then where is the time of death for the forensic scientists? Because naturally, I had all the twisty theories going around, who was investigating who was the true Reaper, but it seems very much like Gregson was investigating the Reaper, trying to get behind the bottom of all these deaths going on for every non-guilty verdict. I don't think he believed that it was Van Zieks. Incognito investigation. That was in his notes? Was it? To the entry in his diary, he was carrying out the investigation. I mean, he did send, what's his name, Vigil over to ask some questions. That's probably the extent of his investigations. Give you 10 guineas to go down, ask some questions, report back with the notes. Well, that is true. That is the other benefit. I'm small brain. I myself am small brain. I thought in two terms. One, giving charity to someone in his field whose livelihood he ruined, drove him to suicide with his own investigation, and wants to give him solid work to do that isn't just charity for his pride's sake, while giving him some time off, but it is also an alibi. People could say, well, Gregson was here at that time. Well, Gregson goes off and does his own investigation. It's clever. That's really good. You see, now who don't forget that Gregson does have his own solo investigations that nobody else knows about. More potent than salt and vinegar. It was peas. He's a mushy peas type of fish and chip lover. Maybe Van Zieks was made to investigate Gregson. Maybe the Chief Justice said, I want you to investigate Gregson, something's not right. And so he did so, under orders from the Chief Justice, found the diary entry that he's going to this place at 5 p.m., because he always does. And so he goes there, finds a body that's been planted. This might go back to the planting the body evidence after all, or the planting the body theory after all. Only instead of Vigil, nay Gossip, arranging the room and kicking in the door to set the stage, also fell into the trap instead. Because somebody else goes in 15 minutes early. Van Zieks goes in 15 minutes after, finds a body. There is a suitcase or luggage or something that might have been where the body was brought in from. Except Gregson is a full-grown man. So, carrying a piece of luggage with maybe 180 pounds of human in it with one arm. Upstairs even. Without struggling enough to be noted on by the witnesses. Either way, his body was moved. That's probably true. If he was killed someplace else the night prior. Saint Sinners or Saint Barks? Sinners. Could be worse. It could be Pembroke. Is it just me, or has my mic moved further away overnight? Like it's over here. When I usually keep it here. Ish. Here. 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 It's a changing of the seasons, of the tilt of the earth. for time off, possibly for an alibi. Including Runo. But Runo's only what, 22 or so? Oh, I don't have my own age on here. Where's Kazuma? We're about the same age, right? Childhood friend Kazuma, 24. So, early to mid-20s. Well, at least St. Sinners doesn't have rats. Let's, you're coming with. We got both the Maya Fey and the Pearl Fey analogs. So it is tea in the gun. Oh my goodness. So, just to make sure there's nothing else on the board, it's only in Chapter 4, Game 1. Yeah, just the stick figures still. Several days still, and still the stick figures. So, what have we got? The Chief Justice Office. Nobody is at the Great Waterloo Hotel. Prison Governors. Prison. Street Room. I want to investigate more of the street room, but there's probably nothing right now. Chief Justice. Let's go see Vigil. He's not here? Tendency to jump from windows. Oh no. So, is he outside at the moment? Dun, 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 dun. Poisons. A flimsy little cabinet lock on a glass case. It's not gonna stop anybody. These aren't going to be important. There's somebody here. Prison then? Speak to Van Zeeks first? The Van Zeeks, in his natural habitat, reading a book. With stillness, he hopes to evade the glares of the predators. But it does not work. Softening up, Van Zeeks. At your protege, right? Not with us. Ah. But also with us, you did a good job too. But you weren't the Reaper Van Zeeks. You played the part insofar as you allowed people to talk about you in that way, and let the reputation play to your favor in court. But you weren't the Reaper Reaper, you just wore his name. Anything I can or should present. The Reaper. It's a whole board of Reaper news. But Van Zeeks, you're not the prosecution. Also, the prosecution is supposed to share evidence with the defense. Does nobody in the Ace Attorney universe know that? Okay, fine, I get it. He doesn't want us to show us things. We'll just talk normally. Yeah, that's it. He just allowed people to believe in it. He wasn't the Reaper himself. But isn't that organization itself just the court system? The whole British judiciary? Also, I like how only now, at the end of the week, is my tongue actually feeling pretty decent today. Scotland Yard and the FIT and the courts. You suspected Gregson, but I think Gregson is clean. I think Gregson is still Gregson. You think so, Van Zeeks? But we have all this from Gregson's secret office. I don't think this is someone who was trying to find out who was truly guilty that got non-guilty verdicts. If he's with the police, he knows all that already. Instead, we would have movements and other organizational things on how to find and kill them. How to associate them with other people. I think Gregson was doing the exact same thing as Van Zeeks, and trying to find out who on earth is that Reaper. And maybe the Chief Justice pitted the two together. Get rid of two investigators into the matter. One with direct murder, the other framing him for the murder of the first. Consider that Gregson was worried that Gina was going to be killed by the Reaper if he didn't remove her to France. If Gregson is the Reaper, or deeply embedded with them, why would that be a concern? He wouldn't kill someone he doesn't want to kill. That falls apart. Insofar as there's no reason then for Van Zeeks to move Harebrained to Germany to protect him from the Reaper if Van Zeeks is the Reaper. You think so? don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure there might have been somebody with that role, but it's not Gregson. Nah, the game wants us to believe this. That's really lining all this up for me. Or rather, a finger of the Reaper. The woman. Is it Brett? Brett? Shin? Brett? Shin? Asa Shin. Assassin? Really? See, it's all coming together. Miss Brett, or Assassin as it was. An international hand of the Chief Justice to attack somebody overseas. And she does have governmental protection. If, upon being found guilty of murder, she was going to be extracted to the British consulate in Shanghai. Oh, Iris, that's gonna have to come out into court at some point. 2 whole games we could have told her, hey kid, I'm sorry, but we come from Yuma University, where your papa taught for a bit, and we got some bad news for you. We kept that hidden from her all this time. Oops, wrong baton. I'm trying to think, because for me it all goes back to that secret encoded government leak from the first game. Kazuma, Gregson, Shin, and Wilson. Maybe it's meant to be a list of assassins and the targets. Shin kills Wilson, and Kazuma Asogi kills Gregson. That could be it. It could be as grim as them wanting to extract Kazuma to attack Gregson. Gregson is the one who had the decisive evidence, wasn't he? The decisive evidence that put his father behind bars and executed as the professor. What they have planned then for Kazuma to assassinate Gregson all the way back from a year back? Possibly for getting too close to finding out the truth of the Reapers? But then, why extract a Japanese law student from overseas while overseas to do this? He missed nothing. Flawless performance. Van Zeeks, please. His whole premise is that that room was your office. He completely missed the portrait of Miss Vigil. So, you see, he's saying all this, and yet the killing of 5 abusive aristocrats is allegedly the worst crime in British history that shook London to its core? You would have thought that that professor would be a local hero. And who do we know? Who do we know is really big on extrajudicial justice or just harsher justice on obvious criminals who evade justice? That's the Chief Justice. That is the Chief Justice to the J. Maybe Clint also got too close. Once saved your life. Saved him from the Hound of the Baskervilles. I was gonna say, maybe this Van Zeeks was a true target, but then... what's his crime? None either. No, this is after. Oh, the family sword. At least the family sword made it back to Japan. Several times before, jeez. Clint would never forgive me, you see? Why would this guy be Clint's murderer? Why would this guy be the professor? On suspicion of. And if there's one thing we learn from Magilda, Natsume, Iris... This is what, 7 cases? 6 cases? This is case 8 across 2 games, so 5 cases. 5 cases in Britain only. As we learned from 5 cases in Britain, the law is a sham and everyone taken in as the obvious killer is really innocent. No, last time was 8, this is 9. So yeah, 6 cases. Still don't believe it either. Gregson might have a lot on his plate. Thanks, bud. Enjoy the rest of your book. Papa? Oh no, this is gonna be awkward for him too. Iris Wilson of the Herlock Sholmes face fame. Not gonna tell her. Everyone's gonna keep the Wilson death a secret. Invitee of the symposium does get to go to the secret closed trial. Oh, twisted some arms, never mind. Hey, crab boy. Didn't miss a step except that whole connection. The whole connection with the red-headed gang was actually true. But wait, hold on. It turns out this was a red herring after all then. Because my answer was that the obvious connection in that office is that he's investigating the Reaper. But they wanted me to go no, the obvious connection is he's investigating the redheads, which is a line of logic you go down to determine that he was investigating the Reaper. Again, right the first time around, but they want to get a really circuitous way to get to it. I don't think they even realized yet that he was investigating the Reaper instead of being the Reaper. Especially after going through Van Zeek's. The secret is that the Reaper is really Gregson. Something to report involving state secrets is here in the hotel lobby. There's tea here. That's the best place to do it. Where's GAA2? Is he speaking with the Chief Justice at this moment? Or catching up with the judge? The two judges' friends? You haven't seen him either. Now, see, he's checked out Madame Tuspel's. He's gonna go for a ride on the London Eye. Break the witness stand. When Judge GAA2 finally dies, he's gonna kick King Yama out of hell and take his place, judging the souls of the damned for eternity. Is this actually going to be evidence? The photograph of us. Is it going to be something important in here? It is evidence! Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikitova and Judge GAA2's arrival in London for the symposium. How is this going to relate? How is this going to become part of the court case at all? Pen in hand, everybody's got different symbols on their necks. Maybe it's just a nice memento and not truly evidence. Okay, so what's your favorite? We'll tell you the news with international ramifications later, but first a favor. Company back to Japan? Is it for the same reason Suzato was brought back with quickness? For our own safety. Maybe he's got his own suspicions about the death of the professor and everything else with the Reaper following. It can't be that simple. It can't just be. You've proven yourself to be a phenomenal lawyer. Come back to Japan. We need you to do good work. It's gotta be deeper than that. Really quite urgently. You know what? This game started with a trial in Japan. The first game started with a trial in Japan. What if it ends with a trial in Japan? The Emperor himself, the Meiji Emperor, is on trial. Her choice whether to stick with me or stay with Kazuma? Well, like I said, she's already taken her last name once. Of course we're going to leave. We gotta. There's gonna be a final boss fight in Japan. Maybe that's when we'll extradite Chief Justice Mail Strongheart all the way across the earth to be tried and executed in Japan for the fraudulent case against Genshin Asogi and its subsequent execution. Alright, so about the Reaper. We've connected Brett/Shin to the Reapers officially. The Reaper was still the Professor. I still think they were the same. With the execution of Genshin Asogi, they'd merely retired the Professor name and took up a new mantle. Iris, could you cover your ears for a little bit? Yeah, the assassin is Assassin. Killing my great friend. Not gonna give his name in front of Iris. Except she's gotta find out eventually. What is she going to find out? The game's almost done. How are we going to talk about Dr. Wilson's death without... Are you going to take Iris away? Iris, please help me get some biscuits. We can talk freely. And his closest ally, Dr. John H. Wilson. Your friend from 10 years back, the late Dr. John H. Wilson, who was a visiting professor at Yuma University. The game is finally catching up with all my theory crafting. Was it the other way around? It was Sholmes who was Wilson's partner? Of course, it's getting intercepted because the common officers cannot be trusted. What choice do we have? The opportunity to go full circle. I'm sure it'll all get to. Kazuma, as a prosecutor in the final boss too. Maybe we're all going to go home together, like old times. Friends again. To your country at once. But it's too late. Asashin's already dead. For a bearded fellow? Are you confusing Jigoku for Mikotoba? Have you seen Jigoku around? No questions? Don't worry, I'll do it myself. Just gonna interrupt on that. Add it to the evidence so I can read it. He's got his own watermarked stationery. No wonder he struggles to make ends meet each month. We don't get to see the note though? We don't get to see it? It doesn't even get added to my evidence, does it? No, it doesn't. Alright, where to now then? Maybe Mr. Vigil is back in his room? Vigil, you up yet? His pallor doesn't stand out as much now in this room. In court, it kind of looked a bit odd upon revealing his true face. I mean, we beat Kazuma to here first. But it could it be helped that Vigil was out at the time? Exactly as I said, he felt some pity for having brought the decisive evidence that ruined this man's life. And so this is his way for taking care of him. It wasn't you. Do you mean in the philosophical sense that though the man you helped escape was who the public believed to be the professor wasn't actually the professor? You helped the accused escape, but the professor was not part of his identity. Is that it? Or maybe he did take the fall. Maybe it was their old friend. Their old friend, Barry Kaiden himself, who arranged for the escape. But then it got botched. And so they blame the chief warder of the time. What you should have done corpses don't get strip searched and cavity searched. They actually gave them full-on coffins, not just tossed in a sack. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Body taken to its coffin for immediate burial. Chief warder first signs the necessary papers. So that's just bureaucratic stamping, right? That doesn't mean you put the body in there. Only coroner and the executioner permitted inside the chamber. You're the adjacent room. So it's the executioner and the coroner who would have pronounced him dead. They say he's dead, and then you sign off on it. Already nailed shut. And how much of a thorough check would he have done anyway? He's basically just a bureaucrat. The executioner and the coroner say he's dead. He would have looked in, been like, yeah, he's dead, then nailed it shut. Yeah, the coroner, the executioner. That's two people. Poor Vigil is a patsy. I think that can be confirmed now. Even more reason to believe that Asogi was innocent this whole time. Ending another human's life, yes. That's not what he was asked, though. You were specifically asked, are you responsible for those 5 lives? I don't think he was. Maybe he did kill one person in self-defense. Maybe Clint Van Zeeks was a real professor. And it would have been too incredulous for people to believe. His last will and testament, did it ever get out? I know the sword made its way back to Japan eventually. But a final will and testament is kinda huge. It couldn't have been known, could it? Since the identity of the killer, of the accused and executed, was a secret. Stored naturally. Writing materials. Could he keep a sword but not a pen? It's not like he had neighbors, other prisoners to trade with, or just ask for paper. Did it eventually make its way to Japan? Is that why Kazuma was full of such purpose? Kazuma was talking a lot about something he had to do in Britain. It did get out then. Disappearance or delivery? Ooh. Did Kane have disappeared completely, so Kaden did know about it? The Asogi Papers. That's pretty ambiguous. That might not be the will. That might just be the actual documentation on the prisoner. Alright, now with history out of the way, tell us about your relationship with Gregson. A Reaper. He was investigating Reapers. You know, it really is lucky that all this time he's flashing his badge and talk about being Inspector Gregson, that he hasn't come across anyone who did know Gregson, either civilian side or on the force. Oh, she's coming to pick you up? Well, that's fine. That means the whole hospital thing's cleared out now. Everything with Vigil should be done with. Instant impersonation, if you had his permission. You were given that task by Gregson himself. Something else come to mind? Just one more thing? Is it about Gregson or Professor? The Asogi papers, go on. Oh. We got it though. All this coming to life has to be brought up in court. We've blown open so many closely guarded secrets. Government communication leaks, the corruption in the coroner's office of the forensic investigation teams, the state secret about the professor's execution being faked from the start. I think that the government fully intended for whether or not he's guilty, for Genshin Asogi to have a fake execution and then ship back to Japan. No incident. And then somebody in the know went ahead and shot him. Probably Caden. He would have been in the know, but also he does have a rough design, and very often these games aren't exactly subtle, which is kind of why Male Strongheart's design makes his villainy very obvious too, even before he started opening his mouth about wanting to cleanse the world of crime as of last chapter. Caden himself. At least this time it's kind of linear. I don't mind that it's linear about where he's supposed to be. Not prison. Prison governor. Do we get to investigate his office? Because I want to make sure that bird is taxidermied. If it's not taxidermy, that cage is way too small for it. Now to do. Oh yes it does, because it has all to do with the Professor case. Have we freed our prosecutor, friend? Depends on how I want to interpret that question. Katsuma has been freed from death and is a prosecutor now. But Van Zeeks is still behind bars, so no. Just after we were told not to mention the Asogi papers, we go and mention the Asogi papers. I allowed to examine stuff. Bird. Please tell me it's stuffed. Is it really alive? It's alive! The poor thing is stuck in such a tiny cage. Stuck at the tiniest cage a parrot could be in, and is heartbroken for his brothers. Poor bird. Four-legged beast was arrested. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Photograph? No harm in it, he is a severe looking man. Guillotine clock. I have not seen the latest Blade Runner at all, nor the old ones. I'm not really much of a movie guy, to be honest. I'll see them and have fun with them, but I won't really seek them out. But I have seen some talk about it, but I haven't been paying attention either. I guess the desk is part of this apparatus. Papers! Now the papers are nothing, that's for the shelves. Sorry, you know. There's always anime. I've been watching a few animes, or trying to. I haven't really kept up since 2018, when time stopped for me. And I was like, oh, already got some free time. Is there any summer animes I might want to watch? But everything I try is far too horny. Like, oh, this is one about an agent of the demon world who was sent to Earth in the body of a child and has to get accustomed to her child body, and there's bouncy boobs everywhere, and she transforms from bouncy boob girl to 10-year-old girl. Pass. Or cool, Momotaro, but with girls. Okay, fine so far, and the bunny girl design is pretty cool, but then it's back to bouncy boobs, and I lose all interest, because that's all it is. So far, the only decent candidates for me this season is ambiguously gay vampire doctors, and girl is lost in life and flees to Okinawa to work in an aquarium. Those two caught my interest and not much else. As a kid and liked it. I enjoyed Evangelion for what it was, but I wouldn't really call it the best thing in the world either. It had things to say, it said its things, and it's done, and I appreciate that. Suggest a good one. I suppose that's all down to like what sort of things you like. And even for me, I find that question of what do I like is what I'm still figuring out. Recommend anime recommendation. Alright. The power of bell peppers compels me. In that case, I am going to suggest Spice and Wolf. It is about a merchant in an ambiguously medieval European setting who goes from town to town to do trades and economics, and accompanying him is a wolf goddess who is also impressed by his knack for money making, and so they go across the land discussing economics with a bit of politics. And it's actually pretty cool. There's a bit of folklore drawing in the world building of the setting. There's, I wouldn't say heavy discussion about economics and the following thereof, but it does dip into it a fair bit. And it really leans on the premise that this is a merchant teaching an ancient god, basically, about the modern world. And so they go on adventures, they have some dramatic, some lighthearted moments. Papers first, then tie it back to the legacy. You see, Mr. Caden, everybody knows. It's a public secret now. We read it in the same newspaper that published that Professor Comes to Life story with the name involved. The first separation of the identities, the professors from Genshins. It starts with this, and the game's gonna keep on separating the two until it becomes obvious that they are not one of the same. Genshin was a patsy, while the professor is somebody else. Technically, what Vigil said was that Caden, in his office, was where's the papers, where's the Asogi papers? I think that the Last Wooden Testament and the Caden and the Asogi papers are separate. That the Asogi papers are probably more like the case file or the whatever. So it didn't make its way to Kazuma. So the Wooden Testament isn't what sparked his desire to go to Britain and get something done. That left him with some ambition. No, nonsense. They are. Papers written by Asogi. Then what was that? Where did they go? Where the paper business? The last will and testament against Shidosogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One more thing is to look at the record. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. Maybe it does have nothing to do with Gregson's death, but it does have everything to do with the case of 10 years ago. Naruhodo does still have to tackle his own DL6 incident. Highest level of government. Was the Queen also involved? Does the Queen also know about the whole Professor incident and Asogi's fate? I mean, now we know that the executioner and the coroner were also possibly very deeply involved. Two, at least two collaborators. Executioner had to do the executioning. Coroner had to verify that the person was indeed dead. You can't slip it past both of them. Or just one but not the other, I mean. What about the executioner? Who was the executioner? I suppose that is a fair point, because while the Queen might be the head of state, and she is the Queen of Great Britain, blah blah blah, Empress of India, etc., 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 she's not the head of government. So I suppose it's all down to how accurate Caden here wants to be. When he says the highest level of government, does he mean Queen and country, or does he mean the Prime Minister? And various other ministers and departments collaborating with the secret. I'm gonna be the old romantic and assume that the Queen has some familiarity with what's going on. Probably to keep things hush-hush, to maintain relationships between Britain and Japan. Maria Gori. Betting Gori is gonna be the tiny diminutive kid that was with she. Yeah, see, she's daughter. Like I said, they wouldn't introduce a new character with a new design and not user. And since they just got rid of one corner, they have to include a new one. Perhaps, anywho, that's doubt. In charge of Gregson's autopsy, but did nobody teach her math because... No time of death. Either nobody taught her math, head empty, just chop up corpses, or there's another cover up here. Maybe Gregson isn't dead. No, no, no. It can't be a cover for that variety. See, linear. Find the first person to talk to, clear them out. Says, let's talk to the next. and so on down the chain. I don't mind it, because the investigation phase does tend to take a while when it gets to, like, the penultimate parts. We still have to find the part where Naruhodo gets knocked out following the Toby incident. Whatever that is alluded to in the accolades. Where is it? No coroner's office. Have I got to speak to the Chief Justice first? Kazuma and Chief Justice. Can we eavesdrop on them? No arguments. You are giving him some hard instructions. As you instructed. I think he's chewing out Kazuma because Kazuma was being very... The court system of Britain is failing. Us two Japanese outsiders are gonna do things the correct way. And then tore holes through everything. And this is supposed to be the debut of the Chief Justice's forensics. Debut of the Chief Justice's forensics that also gets rid of Gregson and Van Zeeks. Hey, buddy. Buddy who selfishly keeps both swords. Despite us taking care of it for the whole year, he was comatose. Unwelcome inquiries. Strongheart, what did you expect? Didn't you want to prove the superiority of the British way? Of the British court system? He didn't want to give us a sword. There's no exchanging swords, letting us hold on to the sword. No, he gets both. Okay, I think this foreshadows that Kazuma is going to be forced to be a lot more obstructive in tomorrow's trial. He was helpful. He was the one actually making objections to contradictions. So I'm guessing after this point onwards, it's going to be us pulling teeth again. Reaper or closed trial? What is the sham closed trial that you want to be completed today? This guy is what, 53 years old or so? 53 years old? So he might have been in a place of influence back 10 years. What exactly was his role back then? He was going to prosecute. You know what? This right here is in itself evidence. Wait, no, it's not, I'm being stupid again, because I was thinking right. That he's twisting a little dial on top of the clock in order to wind it. And there's still a missing piece on top here. But it's a key, this one's key driven. But there's still a missing piece. So, a missing piece that wasn't in Vigil's flat. Wherever we find this, is probably going to be the true crime scene. Is that a threat, Strongheart? A threat against our best friend? With Strongheart, you went out and either killed the man yourself or arranged for the first of many Reaper killings. This is bragging, Chief Justice, at this point. Inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. This is like... This is actually very thinly veiled boasting. You think we don't know, Strongheart, when I've been suspecting you for the moment I laid eyes on you. You can go back to Strongheart and check the vault. I've been heavily sussing you this whole time, and only now is the evidence coming out. Nobody with an alibi at the time. That probably is meant to implicate Gregson. Gregson has Vigil stand in for him, be loud, flash his badge, be like, ho ho ho, I'm Gregson, so people think, well, Gregson was here with Lana the whole time, while Gregson goes out and murders. But I don't think it was him. And that's it. We didn't get permission to go speak to the coroner. And he's left Naruto waiting for like 4 hours once, so we'll call this even. An exception, we do get to speak to our friend. Sweet. It's easy, man. You just do your mouth. You force air out of your lungs, through your throat, shape it with your lips and your tongue, and it comes out as words. Portrait of Clint. Are we ever going to get confirmation that the portrait is of Clint? Because the most we got was Van Zeeks going, "You fool, that's not me, it looks something like me." New model. What's a model of the flat where Gregson was found? I see what he's thinking about. He wants to try a bottle of the red stuff for himself. Kazuma, this is your office now. Nobody is gonna blame you if you take a sample. He means he was right about your progress as a defense attorney, being phenomenal this past year. See? A great defense lawyer. And a smile, you're still friends. Naruto acting as if you stopped being friends just because you sit on opposite ends of the bench. And isn't that exactly what you two are doing? Two old friends shaking up the British legal system together? That's exactly what's going on. This is a game. See? Acting like, how do I talk to him after all this time? When it's like no time has passed at all. First. Show us these cute dolls you got going on. There's even a little model of the little model. Confirmation for clips. You still have to ask Naruto this late into the game. Who could it possibly be? We'll never know. It's gonna remain the great mystery of this era. No, they're bugs. Oh, the dust is dumping now? Without him here? Alright, now be honest. Kazuma, do you want a sippy sippy? Alright. That's all the cool stuff, so... Disappearance, Genshin, the Reaper's Trial. Business first. Then the disappearance. Yeah, and completely tore apart your initial premise, Kazuma. Your premise that the entire case was built upon on your end. No. Heavily suspected to be, but I don't believe it was him. Really? We're really confirming it was the inspector? I don't think that's right. I mean, just consider the very nature of the notice board. It's not just it's not individuals or where they work and blah blah blah. It's about the cases, it's the court records, it's the files, it's the profiles. It's connecting who is behind these killers, not how do we make a killing. I don't think it's Gregson, I really don't. We do have to find out who's giving orders, just not to Gregson. Yeah, he did. As the prosecutor. Don't forget, it was Gregson's evidence. So what about your father? Did you not believe it? Somebody who knew. But who would have known? The only people in Japan who knew were Jigoku and Professor Mikotoba. Does this all go back to Chief Justice Mail Strongheart? Is this him trolling a young child in order to lure him to Great Britain, to give him amnesia somehow, and mold him into a prosecutor? Letter from Britain at that. But they wouldn't have known. It was a closed trial. The identity was a complete secret. So, assuming the guy's a killer, he was executed, he died twice, and so you find the address of his child and post international mail just to say, hey, your dad sucks. That's obsessive. So it has to be the Chief Justice. I mean, it was technically a fatal illness. If you want to consider blood loss to be a fatal illness. Jigoku? Is that why he's gone missing? So you did have a mom and then lost her soon after. Ouch! Kazuma. He's got to realize that if he showed the letter to Jigoku, then Jigoku would have showed the letter to Susato's dad. Or talked about it with him. They're buds. They're deeply involved in all this. We haven't had the deduction game yet. We haven't been knocked out. So investigation's probably gonna go on for another hour, maybe? But there's so many truths coming out. There was no checks for disembarking passengers, no customs, no paperwork verification, just doors open, out you all go. So, no abduction, but himself over, then by chance picked up by the Chief Justice. An incredible stroke of luck at that. That's it. That's all the conversation. Now to give you your father's will and testament. Just what do you make of it? Really? I'm not gonna show him his father's will. It's your father's final will, buddy. Alright, don't get your father's will then. I had a picture with everybody in it. Mirrors back. Now I'm confusing things. I'm confusing this picture with this picture, and imagining a picture with the old guys together. So I got nothing to show him then, unless maybe just the armband. You want it back? Ours now? Ours now. Because we wore it for so long? So, do we get the sword of the defense attorney then too? And the sword? And hold the sword too? I don't think I have anything else then that I could possibly give him. No, just don't show me anything till we get into court. Alright. To include his father's own will. His father's last words. His weapon into the future. Bye, Kazuma. Haven't been to the coroner's office either. I guess the alleged crime scene? Details of cases stretching back over 10 years. You see, this isn't the notice board of somebody plotting murders. This is somebody trying to connect these murders. Bobbies have all been talked to. They could have opened with that whole point of, well, this is very clearly Van Zeke's secret office. Then why's he got the photo of somebody else's wife? Fireplace is nothing. Doors nothing. Cop, nothing. I'm thinking maybe that's Gregson's own gun. Because these guns with no serial numbers were issued beyond 5 years ago, and Gregson's been on the force for ages, so his gun probably isn't serialized. I'm surprised they just let these guns remain unserialized. They could have ordered them to exchange their guns for ones with proper serialization. Or to bring it in to get stabbed. Gregson's on his person. So it could simply be Van Zeeks that went missing who knows when. Or it could be Chief Justice. Everything is Chief Justice. Pete. It makes Holmesy a more folksy person, doesn't it? More down to earth? I don't think there's anything here. Also, the issue of the missing suitcase that eyewitnesses did see brought in. Yeah, there's nothing here. Maybe... Is Sholmes home? Sholmes is at home? Nothing changed here? Did we ever find Susato's dad? To deliver... No, there's nothing. I can't even examine. My office? Just to ask what's up, what should we do? But nothing here either. Is Sholmes hiding to the left or the right? No Sholmes. I'm actually kind of disappointed. No one to speak to. Chief Justice still gone? Still gone. Sholmes check. Sholmes to the left. Sholmes to the right. Nothing? Okay. Prison governors. Already spoken to. So I don't really have anything new with you. Unless... do I show you the photograph of the trio? Unimportant. How about if I show the photograph? Did I try to show the photograph to... where is he? Prosecutor's office. There's that big old portrait of Clint Van Zeeks. You don't know who it is. What if I show you a picture of Clint Van Zeeks with Gregson? No, doesn't care. Not until court. Prison? Is there anything you could show Van Zeeks? Not move. Present. The Sogi papers? Doesn't care about these Sogi papers? Notice board? Not gonna comment on all your cases being investigated. What about the autopsy report? The incomplete autopsy report. I could show the incomplete autopsy report. And see if Kazuma has anything to say about that. Since... wouldn't that fall under the prosecution? The coroner stuff? Just constantly shambling back and forth. There you go. And even though we said ages back, hey, we should go talk to the coroner, now we're gonna get the definitive go talk to the coroner. But we've established it's very possible that he died the day before, any time the day before. Yeah, that was on the report. Later today, how about right now? And this is please leave my office time. And much like the armband, that means it's ours now. Give it. Or at least trade for the saber at your hip, please. Please give it to me. Thank you. Now we're expelled from his office. Yeah, he's matured, he's grown up, he's had his journey all across the world. We both have, it's been a whole year. One of the same, completely connected. Really Naruto pushing the aren't connected angle. But half the evidence we have relates to the professor case. Oops. Missed a bit. You'll do what you have to do as a lawyer, and he won't take any prisoners either. Guess that means he's done, but forensic labs open up. The exact same office as last time, but with more plushies. Adorable. Oh, that one over there with the little, with the big old eyes, and the mascot's face, the beak and the googly eyes, the big googly eyes. I like that one. And is that a Princess Bubblegum in the middle, next to the cats? And this corner doesn't leave her ledger open for all to see this time. Yarn work? She knits? Or crochets, I can't quite tell. Does that mean she's made all these plushes herself? We got a name for her already. We have a profile. 19, daughter of Dr. Shi, who's also a coroner like her mother, carries out all the autopsy work on corpses. Given her mamas and the size difference in the previous chapter, I thought for sure they're gonna put on their iris and have her also be a diminutive child genius. First, explain this fantastic collection of plushies. They're how you practice on dolls. But cutting through fabric it's gotta be easier than flesh and bone and muscle and sinew, isn't it? Creeping out even your mother. Not the bottles and the shelves, the cute dolls below them. You already know about the salt and the pepper. I guess that's that then, we'll just converse. Yes, the time of death, the only thing we're talking about here. For the time being. Well, we gotta talk about the time of death, though. Is this just a comedy bit before getting to the meat of the matter? Okay, fine, evidence. Present the incomplete autopsy report. This is our friend you're talking about here, Gory. I think this is just her incompetence as a coroner. She knows how to deconstruct a human body, but doesn't know how to analyze it. Not your fault. Is this a cover-up coming from the top, Miss Gory? Told not to write it, and the Chief Justice wanted an open shut case that should have finished today, but isn't gonna. Tell us, male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. All my suspicions about him are getting all the evidence last chapter in this one. And you, miss, decided to just go along with it. despite your profession and your expertise. That is corrupt. Out. Out. Because she's got her expertise, she's got her profession, she's got her pride. She's not gonna put wrong information, but she'll admit it. Digging straight under the skin. Now who's got the updated autopsy report? Kazuma, when did you get that autopsy report? Why, yesterday. Well, then you don't have the updated autopsy report. 11 at night. Indeterminate. Cop out! That's the same as being blank. But it's not the same as 5 p.m. Accurate estimation of time of death is not possible. That is so much different than he died at 5 p.m. I could work with this. Was still fresh. Fried fish in the pocket of his overcoat. No. No. Gregson would never have stale fish and chips. Manipulate the apparent time of death by what? Putting rotten fish and chips in? You could. But if the fish and chips are part of his effects, wouldn't the fish and chips also be preserved? Oh. But why wouldn't you keep the overcoat with the body? If you're putting the body in the freezer, without his overcoat, without coverings on his skin and his face and everywhere, wouldn't you see evidence of the cells having been frozen and thawed out? You wouldn't need an electrical refrigerator, you just need an icebox. A restaurant? We don't have that other location. Going by the accolades, Toby is probably going to run off and find us at true crime scene. I don't think we have anything that smelled. If this was Gregson's wig, that it would have his scent, and Toby could run off to where the scent would have been. In the vicinity, but he was moved. Being moved from the freezer across town in a huge suitcase is enough time to thaw him and to soak up most of the leakage. Oh, do you have any secret, privileged information? Not all Mama did. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Was Clint Van Zeeks also not really dead? Clint Van Zeeks is the one. That for sure. Yeah, the professor's final victim. The one that Genshin Asogi would have had associated with him, for sure. That detective being Gregson, I'm pretty sure. If Gregson was reliant on Gory's mother's evidence from her autopsy, that could have been fake. She's already faked one autopsy. She could have written that the wounds of the death came from a katana when it was really from a spoon. So what would the purpose have been? To help out then prosecutor Mail Strongheart to get a conviction on a foreign national? To turn attention away from his extrajudicial killings? And then afterwards, shuffle that foreign national back to his home country to prevent an international incident? But then dies anyway? In fact, that is Clint there in the corner, had been cleaned up. Confirmation of death. First. Aww. If she didn't have such mama issues, might actually be kind of cute. Which means she wasn't privy then to privileged information. At least she does have her scruples. She doesn't like that Mail Strongheart is encouraging her to fabricate the evidence. She doesn't like it. She doesn't want her skills to be used for such shady corruption. Could we add to the court record, to the description, that the cover-up was per Mail Strongheart's orders? Come on, I'm gonna slap him in the face with it. See, it wasn't just her. The governor had to be in on it. Well, of course, that's because the poor Virgil's a patsy. Vigil, not Virgil. So you said, but give us the details. Secondary assistant, Dr. John H. Wilson. Now it all comes in. I didn't expect Dr. John H. Wilson to have provided evidence that sent Genshin to the gallows. A visiting student from the East. Alright. So, Dr. Wilson, Susato's dad, and her mother. Can we get a name to the vital piece of evidence? Everyone keeps alluding to the vital piece of evidence, but we don't know what the vital piece of evidence is. Yes, I would love to see the records. The? Oh, for Van Zeeks? They're gone, aren't they? Male Strongheart already got to them. What about Z? Z for Zeeks, Van. Oh man, officially, who knows? Anybody could come in. A consulting... Shomes! Nuh-uh. Shomesies! Why did Shomes not a cover-up? I mean, Wilson's involved now too. But what is Shomes getting up to? Shomes, who must still have some connection to Wilson, if he sent the manuscript to the Hound of the Baskervilles over. You are going to give Hurley the biggest chewing out of his life? Is where you're going? You don't want us to see it? Yeah, she was with us. Wasn't she? In the previous trial? Or no. No, 2 years ago too. When she was 8. A living specimen. You don't remember being alive when you were 8 years old. Like I said, Hurley is gonna get the biggest chewing out. That's not how you make friends, though. Living friends have more potential than dead ones, I'm pretty sure. And now she's examinable. Or is that just everything now? We can't examine because otherwise she'll start flipping her knives at us. Alright, where to then? Prosecutor's office? Maybe we can tell Kazuma about the new evidence we got? No, we can't. Mr. Vigil, have you been picked up? Still waiting for his wife. I'm sorry. Prison governor? We put you to the screws. You're not here anymore. Is Gina at the crime scene? The luggage. That's new. Where did that come from? Who brought it? And that's too small of a luggage to carry Gregson in. So either that's different luggage, or my theory about him being carried in a suitcase is completely wrong. Investigate more thoroughly, point out there's something different. Wonder what it could be. I don't know. I need chat's help for this one. I'm completely stumped. A little trunk. Was that the police's? Because it wasn't here last time we were here today. T.G. Tobias Gregson. And there's Gina. Your trunk, Anzal, alright. Doesn't have Toby. Is that your Toby carrying case? It's too small for Toby. Goes with you everywhere. I will say though that the one good thing about Gina as police is she's finally lost her grenade launcher. Everybody's misinterpreting the notice board? It doesn't make sense if that notice board is supposed to find and arrange their victims. It makes plenty of sense if it's somebody trying to connect the killings and try to discern some clue as to the identity of who the Reapers might be. A notebook eating in his office. Yeah, because he's investigating it. He's investigating it. What'd he say? What'd he say? You know, not bad, considering that just 8 days ago, she was having trouble with her ABCs up into E. She got A to E, and everything after was a mystery. And here she is, reading through, comprehending, and committing to memory whole diary entries. Yeah, there is. It's that he's investigating. Exactly! The inspector's investigations into Reaper activities. Exactly! A name that was on. 31st October. Is it Gregson's? Is it his own name? The day before Gregson was found. Weren't the name he's seen before? Was it Gregory? Gregerson? How is it transliterated in the Morse of the last game? Tell us anyway! This is an important clue. This might inform so many things. Maybe it's who he was meeting with. Shin? Shin couldn't have been everyone's killers though, considering that Shin was over in Japan for the whole year before her death. So, can we get her recollection of the diary as evidence? No, we're not even gonna get the name. We're not gonna get the name, not gonna get a record of her testimony. Can we get her to sign an affidavit? An affidavit, so we have a piece of paper with everything she told us. That was the cool thing about old age attorneys. Eventually, you would get yourself affidavits. So testimony that isn't on the bench can count as testimony as evidence. Gina, what you... Toby! She's brought Toby! And then he knocks us over, right? Did you find the location where he was really killed? Know who to turn to? Of course! You and your Hellhound? Oh, he's so Hellhound. He's adorable. He's more cherubic than Cerberus. Cerberus? Chief Inspector Toby. Named after the dearly departed Gregson. Police dog means something different and not nice. Alright, we got the wig. The chief inspector could catch a scent of. I mean, there's also the watch, but I'm not sure if the watch would have a scent. Identification definitely can, but I think the wig. The wig was sitting on his scalp, absorbing the oils and the skin flakes and everything for hours.
Take that!
So cute! Give him over! Give him over! Give him over! It's short work of Gina. But... to the case. Don't tell me that was the case that was brought in by the red-haired fellow. But we weren't knocked out yet following the incident with Toby. Does it throw me off sometimes? I don't know. It hasn't been too bad so far. At least not for me. The guy that gave the will. With his written Scottish. I suppose maybe I am at a slight advantage, because Scottish isn't too indecipherable for me. Heard plenty of Scottish, read plenty of works, like written works that would put accented speech with apostrophes and broken off words everywhere. So kind of accustomed to just parsing it visually. Dwarves. Anything with dwarves is going to give you a good lesson in how to read written Scottish, or non-Scottish people writing written Scottish accents. Sandwich. Hold on, what? What about sandwich? Boss's overcoat led straight to sandwich. Oh my goodness, if you want a video about Scottish people and voice recognition, there's so many copies of the video. 6 years ago, 9 years ago. Don't want to get DMCA'd. It is actual television. But yeah, Scottish voice recognition elevator thingy. It's like 4.5 minutes long, hilarious, always find any excuse to link it. Be the overcoat, because he already had the overcoat on his body at the time, in the crime scene photo. Yeah, he's wearing his overcoat already. So, at some point, Sandwich had access to the overcoat. Maybe he was paid to hold on to something? Nabbed it from the scene. Then how is it on the body for the photograph? Might fetch a good price. Everybody is just robbing the crime scene. Stealing the watch, stealing the overcoat. But what about this overcoat? It's lying in a pool of blood. What if the coat itself had been bloodied? He was just gonna walk around with some dead guy's bloodied overcoat? And then they put it back onto the body to take the photograph? I'm a little bit on the confused side about this timeline. Lemon. Oh wait, no. I got it backwards. I have it way backwards. Proper timeline is Toby sniffed the overcoat, and then made a beeline to Sandwich, because Sandwich had the box, not the overcoat. Okay. So the trunk was removed from the scene. There wasn't any unoccupied flat broken into to use as a second base. Just two thieves, taking the watch and taking the trunk away. So what's in the box? What's in the box? Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene but subsequently recovered by Gina. Uh-oh. That's gonna be knocked unconscious time. Let me check the box first. There's a tear. Through the leather, into the metal behind, but not through the metal, is it? Looks to be opened by a screwdriver. Just push it in. And what have we here? Decoctions. Pretty much early Pelican case. He was playing France. One day before the incident. He was 1 day to retirement. Passport document that was document in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before the body was discovered. Tobias Gregson, passport number ACD0522. Within 1 week, from the 31st of October. Destination, Dunkirk, France. Travel, police business. Permission for the applicant. And 1 additional person to travel. So what was he doing here then, if he was supposed to take Gina off to France? Wasn't it? Wasn't it great? It turns out Toby doesn't like the French. Oh, it's so really good as I'm attacked by a normal puppy! It's too great! Gonna lick his face off. Is that aggression or affection? To think, we could have had this in 3D on the 3DS. Just push the button up and you get 3D puppy in your face looking at you. Alright, that was not unconscious. Following Toby incident, now we gotta find Gina and speak to her for accolade. Sholmes, you can wait. We gotta chase accolades. Still November the 2nd. Dropped dead from a moderate licking. Is he a terrier? And Sholmes is here, so we can finally grill him. Don't tell me sugar water is also a method of body preserving. Whenever I feel ready to talk to Sholmes behind you. First. First, Gina. We can't converse with Gina? There's no Gina here? There's Gina music. There's Gina. You're sorry for getting attacked by a puppy? No, you heard that alright. Yeah, that's the most important thing. Where the best mission ships are. Achievement. Best ships in town. Alright, got the accolade. Jones, you very obviously want to speak to us. What's up, Sholmesies? Having spent an hour traveling across London and back. The infamous murderer of so many. Yeah, if it was Genshin, where would Genshin get a large doll? His weapon of choice is his sword. How much you want to bet that this puppy, little Toby, is a direct descendant of the Hound of the Baskervilles? That's it? Nothing else on Sholmes? Oh no, misclicked. Gotta go through everything again. Can't tap Z fast enough. What to do? So nothing to do. Did get the passport as evidence. Sweet's got nothing, right? No, it is an update to the time.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodelt Wien Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach
Is that Papa Mikotova?
Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker, ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach, o über deine Wut.
Did you just poison Susano's dad
Dem Scheid hold ich
with a botched cup of tea?
und auf den ersten Streich.
Who is that? You don't recognize his mustache.
Herr mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodelt Wien Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt.
He's dead.
Ach, Hopfen,
Susano's dad is straight up dead.
deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker,
Is he crooning? Because with the lips not moving, it kind of looks like he's either dead or unconscious, while maybe the gramophone behind him plays. It is a gramophone. To find the voices. Obligatory deduction game. So I think I see why speaking to Iris would have been an accolade. Since that didn't really give anything evidence-wise. Just so strange, she only taught me fish and chips. Residents are probably in the chapter right away. We'll get one more, right? For the final case. Man's identity. Is this where the photograph is going to come in? The teacup? Not the teacup. It is a teacup. See, that's right, isn't it? Not the tea? Hmm. Could it be the box? He came over here. He had a nice cup of tea, he got super relaxed. And then he went into Dr. Wilson and his work. And the diaries, the autobiographies in his box. And now you've learned your papa is dead. And you're a sad bean now. Of German origin. But that's Kazuma's mask. Yeah, Kazuma's mask. See, what happened here is a Majora's Mask scenario. He put on the mask that Kazuma wore during his amnesiac state, and in doing so, it's garnered some kind of magical effect on him. Either put him into a brief coma the same way as Amnesia Kazuma, or it's transforming him into that identity. German. It's a German song. The King of Germany. Bohemia. The Prince of Bohemia is currently touring the exhibition, not Germany. Nah, not dumb, you know? Not dumb at all. Lower quality audio clip with some musical trailings to it, so it's not as clear. Eyes are welling up. She knows that Dr. Wilson is dead. Bribe by $5 or £5. Looking to the left. Is it that your tea knocked him out after all? Is that a teacup handle? Oh right, my tea's empty. Broken by the King of Germany? Nah. But his favorite coffee cup does appear to be broken. Shrooms, be honest, you got your cup at IKEA, same as mine. Oh, sad. That's a sad Shromesies. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot. Boden wie ein Feuerberg.
He really does look like a corpse with his mouth hanging open.
Verbrannt, ach Hopfen, deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker, ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant.
Is it that the King of Germany looks remarkably like your dad, Suzato?
Es brach, o über deine Wut.
And he's got his feet, his shoed feet on the couch.
Schwarzbiergebot, modend wie ein Feuerberg.
Well, his theories are so full of holes he could walk through it.
Verbrannt, ach.
Details, details, nothing important. Maybe the King of Germany has a home in Bohemia.
Auf den ersten Streich, alle Seiten es zerriss
Course correction time.
an die Wut. Her mit dem
A birthday dinner. Hino, you didn't say it was your birthday. Happy birthday, enjoy the dinner.
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt. Ach,
Favorite coffee cup still. Jones. Course correction, hold it, Jones. So, clearly gonna be Susano's father, but how do we confirm it? That he sings, without moving his lips, or his mouth, or his tongue. Looking at the gramophone. The tea probably relaxes him to sleep, but isn't this worth the singing? You don't even have to look all that closely. Gramophone. But it can't be the gramophone. That'd be too obvious.
Take that!
Is it just me? Or was there a bite to that take back? It feels harder. Can we take the record off the gramophone now? I don't mind it, but I do like the song that goes on during the course corrections. Okay, thank you. Resume. Oh, and every so often you get a phase for German folk music. Number of years ago now. Suzato would have been here too. Not Suzato, her dad. Nikotoba. Because he was a visiting student as well 10 years back. And everybody knows everybody, so we would have been involved with Sholmes at some point. And Dr. Wilson. He was a contemporary of Wilson. So would have been here for that purpose alone. Now, the direction you're looking. With evidence. Now with profiles. Kazuma.
Take that!
Was wondering how we're going to use evidence on site to confirm it was Kazuma's mask. Because something here would have led to it. The broken coffee cup, I can see it now! The clasp is off on the box. So maybe upon learning that she got her stories from Papa's autobiographies in that footlocker, he probably tore everything off of it, opened it up, was gonna dive right on in, and then Iris probably knocked him out. And that's what she's upset about. Upset that her father's belongings got invaded. That she just knocked out someone who came to her home. And Susato's father turns out, who she's only met just today. You didn't recognize us, Susato, really? You've only known him for 16 years. No, for 10 years. Even Susato in on the course correction game, love it. The girl's silence. He is unconscious. The box is open. Case closed, or open as case may be. Looking down at the box. We can't implicate the handle. Metal chest. Not the unconscious fellow. But the chest is open. And yet, there it is with the clasp off. A bit of the interior visible.
Take that!
Maybe Sholmes hid the Van Zeeks document in here. It If it went missing at least 2 years ago, I can't imagine him spending money at pawn shops to keep it hidden away month after month after month. It's gonna be empty, isn't it? Dang. Well, that's all. Where'd everything else go then? Terminally. All you now, Naruto. But then where are all the manuscripts then? Alone on the ballroom floor. Guilt? Could this be guilt of having knocked out her guest? What you guilty about? Oh, is that little bunnies? She's got one bunny. And is that a bear or a mouse? A mouse in the same style as the little tiny Naruto mouse on the all-fitted costume. T.
Take that!
Out of your mouth. We were supposed to notice that, or was that just, oh, by the way? Why would you have shoved the key into your mouth? I thought she was just being a child because she is 10 years old, despite all the rest of her characterization, and just too upset to speak because you knocked out your guest and now your surrogate dad. I mean, that's just hospitality. The stylish scarf is probably the, Isn't that the cloth that was laid out on the chest? And the teacup is probably because he was having a nice cup of tea beforehand. Teacup he probably drank beforehand, but the mask and the tablecloth are both on top of the chest and they all went flying to land dramatically on his face. Hot on his finger. Maybe, or maybe he was just holding it as he opened the box and gripped for dear life as he went flying. Okay, there's gotta be one final investigation in Japan, extraditing the Chief Justice across the globe to pay for his crimes against the Japanese people, and there has to be deductions with these two in the final chapter. Come on, do it.
Objection!
Shones, is that your first objection? Let's look at the Watsonian perspective. Would they give him an objection voice if he wasn't going to himself appear in court? Either in the prosecutor box, or who knows where. But as an active agent in the trial. And it's still going on. Another great secret? Is it just a broken coffee cup? No, no. The trust broken worst of all. Our greatest secret, maybe some manuscripts themselves, missing manuscripts. What are you hiding? Hold on. A case file? That's a tiny case file. She did go running off from the coroner's office. From the coroner's office. Scotland Yard document. Hold it!
That!
Or take it. Don't take it, give it over. Don't tell me that Iris took it. Little 8-year-old child hands by accident. Oh, that broke my heart a little. Children do dumb things. That's why in King of Dragon Pass you cannot kill them because they have not yet been initiated into Orlok's way. Of course. Just gotta predict the booby trap chest. Who doesn't get sloppy once or twice and forget about booby traps in the soft drawers or the shoebox? Again, she's only 10. The game keeps presenting her as a genius on the level of adult cognizance, but she's just a kid. Of course, kids have grabby hands. You were just looking for things from Daddy. Oh, her father was the primary assistant in Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. And she wanted some memento, anything of Dad's. It's alright, he's sleeping. He's on the settee, he's pretty comfortable as is. Dragging him up like a trunk. Could be. But do we get the autopsy report as evidence? No, we don't. Okay, Iris, talk child. Also, I thought there's supposed to be books and everything in here. What happened to those old manuscripts? First, your dad, because that's what's on your mind the most. Your father, who's been missing your entire life. Well, not really. She was born 10 years ago, but he didn't leave for Japan until what, 3 or 4 years ago? So it would have been a part of her life for like the first 6 years, maybe? Exactly, just like any other girl. She's got a doctorate, she publishes several renowned novels a month. She conducts herself among lawyers and financiers like any other 10-year-old. Daddy's name, what? Excuse me. You can never find out Daddy's name. Are you telling me then that the Dr. John H. Wilson persona that you made was coincidental? Or is it you found the document from Scotland Yard, and there you have it. Daddy's name. This is Daddy's writing. It says Dr. John H. Wilson. That becomes your nom de plume. Wait, no. Dr. Wilson was the coroner, right? No. Was he assistant? I forget. No, the mom was the assistant. Susato's dad was a visiting assistant. And Dr. Wilson was a primary coroner, right? I'm confused. I forget already. Doesn't matter. If it's important, it'll come up again. Couldn't take it away, and so you stole it. And of course, at 8 years old, you were an accomplished handwriting analysis expert as well. Just like any other kid. Hurley couldn't have given you your dad's name at any time. You could have just asked him. Did he never answer? Called yourself Iris Wilson. What were you before then? Okay, so we'll Xerox copy these for her own records, and then the originals can go back to the lab, right? Yes, it is, Sholmes. You might as well come clean. She's not a little girl anymore, she's 10 whole years old. She's an accomplished published author, a doctor. She can handle the truth now. After we examine it and add it to the court records, right? After the court records? Yeah, yes! The autopsy report of the final victim of the infamous professor, authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. You look sad. I'm going to look. Coroner John H. Wilson. Victim Clint Van Zeeks, male, 33, British. 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found. According to Vigil, Genshin's final words, or Amando's final words. Well, no, he asked if he really killed those 5 people. And he said that he has taken a life. Autopsy findings, vital evidence, recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Then what was... Wait, so the stomach contents was the defining evidence. "10 years of age, and already compartmentalizing all of her traumas and emotional hurts and confusions. She is gonna need so much therapy when she grows up." Now what? Oh dear me. It's just something that came out. Notice what? What did we notice? What would mean what? What does she see? Clint Van Zeeks, John H. Wilson Coroner, we know that. Did I miss something? Scarlet red ink? Inspector Gregson, what of the autopsy procedure? We knew that already. John H. Wilson. No internal traumas anywhere in the body. Isn't Dr. Wilson's? You would know, because as Professor Mikotova's daughter, you've had access to Dr. Wilson, to his writings. Your father's. So Wilson signed off on it. Wait. But it's the same writing as all the documents in the trunk. So not only has Wilson signed off on an autopsy report penned by your father, but every single autobiographical account of children's adventures in the trunk was also penned by her father? And then, to be continued, we never find out. The writing. First, what about the writing? here in Britain. In other words, another classic example of the boss taking credit for the worker. Solution. Iris is actually Suzato's sister. What? Signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, the Professor Mikotoba actually penned the reports. Comes from the published stories, that is true. Does that mean that Professor Mikotoba is the actual Dr. Wilson? And Mikotoba merely got whitewashed because Iris saw the signature once and assumed all the Mikotoba stories were Wilson stories? Is that why Sholmes doesn't want the Hound of the Baskervilles to be written then, because it involves, possibly, that case from 10 years ago? Since Big Dog, If all that is true, then that could only mean it was Professor Mikotoba. Where is he now? Asleep upstairs, right? Rarely meet. Well, yeah, because it's across the ocean. The other side of the world. Yeah. Got it all right. Coming along wonderfully. Yeah, the art of deduction is waiting to the very end when all those secrets you weren't given privy knowledge to prior to finally comes out. What? Suzato, your dad went on great adventures? Sholmes and Mikotoba? Then, but I guess Wilson doesn't come in anywhere, does he? Just Wilson was completely incidental. Merely a case of mistaken identity. From a 10-year-old mind to popular culture forever. The real Dr. Wilson. Years ago, that wasn't when it first came to Japan. That gives them 6 good solid years to go on adventures before being ejected from the country. Okay, the question then, what was Iris's name before taking up the handle Iris Wilson? Was Dr. Wilson really Iris's father then? Is Mikotoba actually Iris's father? Is it Sholmes the whole time? Playing uncle when he's really dad? They were roommates. So, when the Hound of the Baskervilles manuscript got sent to Japan for Mikotoba to glance at, that explains it then, just looking at his old notes through the lens of Iris, reinterpreting the story. Or maybe going through, I don't know, maybe looking for clues to the present or the past? So this means then that the Dr. John H. Wilson, who died in Japan, likely has no relation to Iris, so suddenly that might not matter for her young 10-year-old psyche. Is it how he got? Yeah. And that, Iris's father, Mikotoba, admitted you had your eye on a pretty little thing here while you were in England, and then got sent back to Japan before you could bring her over. Except no, you had a daughter already, so it would have to be a side thing. Iris's father, was it you this whole time? She assumes by her father. Did Sholmes tell her that? Did Sholmes say by her father? Which would implicate Mikotoba as being a bit of a horn dog? I see accusation in her face. What I told Iris, ooh. Susato, congrats, you have family. Sholmes, is this true? Again, the art of deduction is waiting for that final piece of evidence that doesn't exist until the very end. He was a young widower, he was lonely. About to get the Susato Flam. Is this gonna be one final bit of deduction? A short excursion, but it's already been well over 4 hours of investigation phase. Pursue our natural enemies. You're hitting the town and going on yet another hen hunt, huh? Exactly how Iris was produced. later, as in after the trial. Our home. Aww. I guess this must be to be continued. 4+ hours of investigation, getting plenty of lore on the past. Then 2 old legends riding off together. Aww. And that legend gets to be your dad now. That's family pride on top of general hero worship. Alright, we're done for the day. Oh, I guess it's a case of, huh? Investigation finally over.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth.
The truth about Chief Justice Neil Strongheart being the mastermind from the start. As I've been saying at Hilton Court.
And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
The resolve, title drop. And? You're kidding, that's actually chapter end. That's actually chapter end. Huh. So, does that mean the next part of the game is going to be one huge, massive marathon trial? If that's it for episode 4, Twisted Karma and his last beer. Final resolve of Ryanosuke Naruhodo. Already. I guess that's really it. I guess we got to finish the week off on finishing the Twisted Karma. Ah, alright. Well, needless to say, that is as good as any a place to call it for the week. It's a little later than where I usually call it. But I gotta pee. And I am not starting the final trial on a Friday afternoon. That is gonna be either Monday or Tuesday, depending on something I have to do at the start of the week. But there you go. That's almost all the mysteries revealed and the clues we need. I thought for sure that there's gonna be like another day or two for this case, and then a big climax with like 3 or 4 days to it, but I guess we're gonna finish this game well, not tomorrow, sometime this week. So for now, I'm gonna quickly find someone to hoist you guys off onto, then run to the bathroom. I have not given Macaw a raid in ages. I rarely get to. Normally I finish streaming long before he comes on, but because today was a bit of a long one, by my standard, a rare treat getting to raid Macaw directly. But yeah, that is gonna be it for this week. Thanks for hanging. And do enjoy the rest of your night, rest of your weekend. Either Monday or Tuesday, we'll pick up the final trial. And we're just gonna get right into it. The game has been picking up on the crescendo. First game was kind of half tutorial, but the second one definitely is picking up. Loving it so far, so can't wait to start again next week. So see you then, enjoy yourselves, and see you around.